Well. Look at you. Just every single alert you can possibly trigger, Stuart. Hi and welcome. Damien Hallmay here, your ghost host with the most. Felicitations, my family of fledglings and ghosts. It's so good to see you as well. I'm going to do a triple self-care starting at the stream, top of the stream. Hello. Also have to apparently fix a whole litany of things that are only half working so far in the stream. Hi and welcome. We're doing a robe stream tonight. I'm comfy. And that is all that matters is my comfort, not yours, mine. Troa. I really need to fix alerts on the vertical stream. It just doesn't look right. I need to do a thing. Heroes. Gluten flurb. Are you the Swedish chef now? Ten Dusdorf Paldordia Klapacholk. Yeah, I think you became the Swedish chef. Hi. Hello and welcome. First, let me fix the Instagram feed, which is definitely doing a broken live view. Hey, it's working. Okay, that thing's working. Next is Trovo chat properly signed in. Cause sorry, I have to like break the sound in the background to make this working properly. So I see a chat, or sorry, I see a live stream. Where? How do you get a chat on this? Test. And I hit test, and I see nothing. Nothing comes through. So that still doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Toggle visibility. Does that do it? Does it need to be in monkey mode to show up on that? What happens when I do that? I put it in monkey. I think monkey kills it. Monkey is the opposite of what I want. This chat used to work. Reload. Maybe I just need to reload it. Give me a Trovo chat. Why? Why will this thing be so broken? Why must it? Why must it break? Sign out. Clear the session. Sign in. Keep the session. It says close this window after signing in. I could, but I'm just trying to get my chat to work. Bear with me, I'm just doing some tests. Trying to make literally one of these come through. Just one. Oh, maybe this isn't where... Hang on. I got an idea. I can send a chat here. Not this. Yeah, this? No. Yes? No. That's not it. Chat. Filter. Trovo. Sorry, I'm in a weird angle to see this. Didn't do the test. I don't think it did the thing. Do to stream fix. I'm trying to do to stream fix. I ended up clearing my chat, which is not ideal. Now everything's empty on that screen. Okay, well, I don't know how to get Trovo to show up. I will fix it on another stream, not tonight's stream. Tonight's stream, I can't be bothered. What about Instagram? Instagram actually work? I don't think it's ever worked before. But it could work tonight. Just kidding. It's probably not going to work tonight either. Why are these windows not letting me look behind them? There's too many of you. Close this window after signing in. You say something went wrong. WebSocket, you're offline. I am not offline. How dare you say WebSocket error? I can see me online. YouTube's, Twitch's, Kick. That guy. Who's trying to talk with me? That was interesting. Instagram does not load the lives page. So how am I supposed to see my live video to comment? Test. I don't see my test there. I don't see my test. Wait, I saw it there. I saw it on Instagram. Let's try it again, but from this window. Will that work?
You are my dad.
Food?
You're my dad.
Put away.
Woogie.
Fridge cleaned out. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, music. Let's bring the music back. Bring the beat back. Hi and welcome. That was a rough start, but here we are again, starting back again. All right, let's catch up with what, well, thank you for, letting me do a little bit of that before we actually begin. Blue/purple light looks good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit conformist, but I think, yeah, there's color theory to it, right? Like, if we've got the skin tone that I have, then these are complementary colors to that, yeah? So that's a thing. I was freaking Lily. I adore the Swedish chef. His chocolate mousse, not so much. I mean, given that it's MOUSSE, the way you typed it, but I don't think he knows it that way. I think he has a very different mousse in mind. Due to stream fix? Yeah. Well, it didn't all fix, but something. Gonna take a minute and vibe out to make sure the girls are really down. I feel like you're a little too bright. This is I don't know how to fix that. I don't know what to do with that one. This, well, actually, this side light could stand to be a little dimmer, yeah? I can futz with that just a skosh. There. Now it's not quite so harsh on the side. Maybe it's that you're talking about. It's a thing. The only thing is, and I can't fix this, at least not in my current orientation, unless I change like my entire microphone setup. I'm not sure where to even begin with that. First of all, I just wish I had a different pop stopper than this one. This one's arm hates me. It's constantly falling and then squishing my mic, which I don't want. Oh, sorry, I should probably mute the mic before I start trying to move the mic. It's probably good enough. There's a shadow from this stopper on my face, and I can't not do that. I can't not be close to the mic, and I can't move the light any higher to have a different angle on it. I'm constrained in a lot of ways. Yeah. Yes, poor moose. Oh no. I almost feel like you're out of focus. I don't know. I was trying to focus on the backdrop and not on me. We had the light brighter. When the light was brighter on my face, the camera would focus where it needs to focus. So we could mess up the lighting again and make me as bright as you said was not good for stream. But I figure that was a problem. We could also do manual focus, but then I have to sit somewhere. Like I need a mark. I don't have a mark when I stream. So that's a problem. Focus. Wow. That's a DMV test for your eyes right there. Like I can set it. Actually, I can't get it better than that, can I? The focus slider goes from my face is in focus to it's out of focus. That's it. I only have 2 focuses. I mean, I have a slider, but every other slide on the slider is out of focus for my face. Can you use arrow keys? Why? Like I can get so granular with focus. I can do a 1 to 100 scale on my focus slider. And this is me doing the arrow keys. And this is the lowest it goes. So higher up I go. What do you mean there? Don't say there when you're in chat. This right here is 0. And then everything, I don't know how to even test this because I don't have anything I can focus on that's like thing to focus on. 0 is better? Okay. 0 is just the only thing I can, I'll just have it set there. That means if I sit in a different position, it's just gonna not be in focus, and I don't know how to fix that. Power frequency, flicker, this needs to be 50, yeah? Boop. Boop. There. Why wasn't it set to 50? Something might have reset on my sliders. White balance? Oh my. I should probably always leave that on. I feel like it's clearer than it was. I think it was at 0 before. But it was trying to focus on its own, I think, too. So, yeah, I don't know. I really wish this one camera would go to its full 4K also. It just won't. It won't do it. I was like blobby before. Thanks. You too. Risa, hi. I was extra soft. Well, I'm just a softie. What can I say? I can't tell if I can see anybody's chats in Kick, in Trovo, in Instagram. I have no idea if anything's actually going to work tonight. I know that the Kick stream is actually working. What is that abomination? That did not end in a you were trying. If you were trying to make an image, there's no. That's not an image file. It has to be a file. It has to end in a file extension to make it work. Yeah. We'll just pretend that didn't happen. Anyway, and welcome. We're late because we came home really late from a late visit to the park, a late dinner, a late getting home. There it is. You got it. You did it. You did the thing. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Blobby. Dang it, Blobby. I'm really bad at my Hank Hill impression. It's okay. Got the kids late to bed and got on stream late. Everything late. So, anyway, we're going to play some Momoni tonight. How are you all doing? Let's do this mode. Okay. We are in Otherworld, I believe this place is named. And we have a little side quest with the space pirate captain here. He's really down and out. He really needs to listen to his mixtape to make him feel better. His pirate crew told me that, boy, what this guy really needs to get out of bed is his mixtape. And they even gave me a special way to the junkyard where they think they threw the mixtape away. Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna lurk, but I love you. Space pirates. Hell yeah. Oh, that was such a disturbing scene. Me and my typos driving me nuts, only on Twitch though. Sure, I'm sure you don't typo anywhere else. Well, this is a different yard than the junkyard that I was expecting. The earth looks peaceful. Would you like to disturb it? Probably not yet. Let's leave Earth alone. Can we look at the other planets? Mercury, Venus. Nothing? These other guys won't let me interact with them. They're just out of reach. Kind of, hello? What's that over there? Hey, you guys. Space pirate dudes. It's because I'm on my phone. It's too inconvenient to scroll back to proofread. Oh. I just, if I were in your shoes and didn't have like littles around me always trying to talk and filling the airspace with their voices, I would use speech to text all the time. We've really done it now, dude. I hope the captain won't be too mad when we tell him his favorite planet is missing. Uh-oh. You know how he gets when he's angry. But you're not supposed to call him captain anymore. You have to call him space boyfriend, remember? Oh yeah, that's right. You know, dude, sometimes I wonder if we're even space pirates anymore. What was that? What was that random R? It's just, was that his existential crisis bubbling up inside of him? And then he has this calm question. Ever since that sweetheart came along, we haven't done anything cool. We should just quit and get real jobs. Don't talk nonsense, buddy. What is life for us if not the space pirate life? I'm sure the captain will come to his senses one day and we'll all fly again. We just have to believe in him. Thanks, dude. You're always there when I need you. Aww. Space pirates being good buddies to one another. Good buddy pirates. Good dude pirates. Okay, what's going on there? Why does that one have arms and legs? And it's just like a cutout. Something's wrong. Okay, is this the junkyard then? So we've got we're in the junkyard through the back door. Is that a monster? Oh, it is. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight something. It's a wormhole. Almost certainly that's what we're looking at here. Yep, that's a wormhole. Oh boy. Nice, nice, nice. Uh-oh. Wormhole's doing what? Wormhole opens up a wormhole. UFO crashes. Hi, buddy. Oh my. These guys have a lot of health. We need to keep... Oh no. We are grossly under leveled, skilled, or something. Yeah, this guy is taking up a lot of damage. The music's great though. It's so inspiring and wholesome. Everything's so wholesome. Wormholesome. What's up, Hot? Can I just call you Hot for short? Your whole name makes me a little hot and bothered. Do you know how to pronounce... I think you meant pronounce. You said pronouns. Yes, I do. Those two words are problematic to say on stream. You probably know that. Thought there would be some Clefairy dancing around there. Probably. I'm sure if they had the license to do it, they would put her into the game. Her? I don't know. Clefairy's hers? Or am I just making an assumption? Ow. Stop hurting everybody. Let's do a double attack. Pacha! And then... Oh, that was the attack again. Wormhole's wiggling around. Can Wormhole stop wiggling? Bye! Alright, let's get this UFO. Oh! UFO only took one hit. I was like nervous that it was actually going to be like a real hard fight. Because we were fighting two things and the first thing had so much health. 32 experience, 15 clams. Good stuff. What is... as I'm just searching among the junk for stuff. There's a lot of antennae around here. Yeah. Oh, we're not even in the junkyard yet. We have the junkyard key now. Wait, what's going on over here? Hey, you. Hey, buddy. My good man, I am looking for some art. Fear not, for I will know when I have found it. Oh, sure. You got backpack. Wait, what's a backpack? Is that a thing I have in my pocket? Is it a toy? It is not. Is it important? It is not. Hello? Who's there? Well, well, well. Hello, Riel. How we doing? It's not a snack. Is it an equipment? Got the shiny knife. Oh, backpack. Convenient storage device. Defense +2. Yeah, let's give it to him, Morty. For now. Cool. Just a little bit of extra defense for the shiggles. All right, let's go straight to the junkyard. Why do I feel like this is going to be a hard area and I'm in trouble? First fight, it's going to be like over my head. Junkyard. I like the splash art. This feels like we're entering a dungeon though, you know what I mean? Like it makes me nervous. Oh, how do we just... I didn't know you could just tap on these. Oh, we just slash slash them right open. So are melons like treasure chests? Yeah, I guess so. Rubber band. These are... That's a toy, right? Yeah. Deals damage to a foe and reduces their defense. Okay, cool. Well, that's fun. What about this one? Gold watch. Why is gold in quotes? What does that mean? Let's give it to Hero because he's a healer. Yeah, so he needs a little extra something. Most definitely probably not really made of gold. Useless in battle. Maybe we'll give it to Cal because I feel like it's more up his alley. We'll save Hero's defensive slot for something. Corruptional. Hi, and welcome. Me when I open up a watermelon I bought from the store and there's a shovel in it. I mean, you weren't around for this one much before your time, but I literally played a puzzle game on stream where there was a rescue me note or like a help. What do you call those? Like, what would you call the message in a bottle? It's not a call for help. No, it's not. It was like, you know, help me note. I was going to say ransom note, but that's like what the villains send you to ask for money. But it was like a help me note, like help, I'm trapped, I'm being held here, blah, 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 blah. It was inside of a shovel. The game did not specify what they meant by inside of a shovel. You found a shovel, and if you inspected the shovel, then your character would look inside and you'd find this note that was like, help, I need your help. Here's how to help me. And then that progressed the main story. It wasn't an optional thing. It wasn't a side quest. It wasn't you found a special Easter egg and you get like the strong item for the game because you did something weird and wacky, like inspect shovel to find the next plot point. That they shoved a note somehow inside a shovel. That was the thing. Somebody clipped it, I think. Distress note. Sure, let's call it that.
Definitely not a gas either. No, he's a liquid. It can't be. Don't tell me. Damn it. It all makes sense now. His references to consumable beverage safety tips. His liquidity. The drink.
What's wrong, Dad?
Hey, what's up, sweetheart? Thanks for the sip.
I'm right as the mail.
You know what I feel good about this week? Just in streaming, just in the world of streaming, is I've been trolled at. And I think it's endearing. I think small streamers, like you don't get picked on, you don't get hazed. But the bigger you get, the more people try to like fuck with your channel. It feels good. Feels good. It makes me feel like my fame or infamy, Tiffany, my infamy are slowly developing towards something. How you doing? What's good in the world of Weehaw? When are you coming back to streaming? Okay, so we can't go past these. We can't drive them. Let's go this way. So far, no enemies. So I feel safe, kind of. So this is the junkyard, eh? Time to start digging. Oh, he's just going straight for it. What are we looking for again? Well, I see a little sparkly, like, just, there's a sparkle thing, like, just above, not that dumpster, but like up there. Do you see it? I'm going to start this next week, I think. It's a dead week for wrestling, so I got time. All right, cool. Sounds good. Space Boyfriend's special mixtape? Righto. Okay, you're just... Hey, look, I found a can. Well, I guess we can recycle that. We got a can. Thanks, Kel. I guess it's a start. I want to... Yeah, you can get up here. Cool. You got glass bottle. That looks like another thing that we would probably be able to recycle, right? Whoops. Pocket. Toys? Yeah. 10 clams, I guess. Yeah. This isn't the sort of game where you use the glass bottle, like, shattered on the ground and, like, shiv your enemies. But, that's something. Okay, so... Oh, these are enemies. Oh, boy. Okay, this is our test of metal. We got 2 enemies together. Also, that looks like a mixtape. Kel is digging through trash. Kel finds a rubber band. Oh, thanks. Good for you, I guess. You fight the mixtape? Let's fight the box first, the Doom box. You can use toy. Can we rubber band the Doom box? Attack the Doom box. You attack the Doom box. Ow! That hurt. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, now Aubrey uses the rubber band. Oh, it took a lot of damage, too. I thought it was just going to drop defense, but they're also doing damage. Uh-oh, Doombox got angry. But it's much lower in health. So now we just team up on it. Oh boy, what was that? Wait. Kel's speed fell. I guess the mixtape screwed me over. Well, yeah, let's get rid of this Doom box. Okay, now I'm feeling better. So this guy, I think he just he's not going to do big damage, but he is going to do status effects. So I think we did the right thing. Yeah. Now, is this the mixtape we're looking for? Because if so, man, we finished this area a lot quicker than I thought. We're hunting a mixtape down. I'm gonna head out though. I work tomorrow. You work? Gross. Who works? I mean, have fun, sleep well, make that money. If you're, you know, thinking about devoting any of that, a percentage of your income to your favorite streamer, keep me in mind. Just kidding, don't do that. Why do you keep lowering Kel's speed specifically? You're gonna make him so slow and sad. The more he's part of his victorious, you gain 326 experience. An air horn? Cool. We're getting all this stuff. I feel like I should start using it in combat. There's also, like, you slash through these things. And so when I see these covering this dumpster, it makes me want to come over here and check the dumpster. Nothing? Why did I slash through all the traffic cones then? Penguin, what's going on? When does Goku show up? Is he in this? I didn't know there was a Goku portion of the story. Oh, man, it looks like there's a big block of junk in the way. Well, what are we going to do about it? You might even call it... A roadblock. Get it? Not to worry, everyone. This big block of nothing. Oh, this big old block is nothing compared to my swing. What about her head? She just gained like a headbutt ability. Can we see that? Goku doesn't even go here. Yeah. This isn't even my school, you guys. Hey, Omori, do you know how you can cut routes and traffic cones? Yes, I do. Well, you're not the only one with the special ability around here. Yeah, you have a headbutt. Why won't they use that right here? I, for one, can smash large blocks out of the way. Kel and Hiro have their own special abilities, too. Although I'm not so sure about Kel. Just make me leader by selecting tag in the player menu. Oh, or by holding 0? I'll get rid of this hunk of junk easy peasy. Okay. Hold 0. Oh. Ooh. Neat. You tagged Aubrey. Smack. Wow, why is she so beast? She just developed a headbutt and she's got that crazy pink sword thing for some reason. Can we go up here? Because I feel like we ought to, even if it means fighting. Lots of mixtapes. Kel is just gonna search all the trash right now. All right, this should be a trivial fight. We're actually not taking a lot of damage, and everybody just seems to want to lower Kel's speed, which is, you know, a thing. Oh, I should have passed to Aubrey. Oh, I guess passing to passing to Hero was actually pretty good too. I thought Aubrey was the only one with the AoE. But I passed to Hero and it worked too. It still did AoE damage. Yeah. This one looks so sad. Oh, I guess it's sad. It should be. Whoa. Okay, Amori's getting kind of hurt. I should probably try to heal him next round. Instead of just making everybody fight, and not paying attention to what I'm doing. If there is a next round. Okay. She developed a... Wait, what? She developed a head bit and a bit of a concision? Do you mean concussion? I know the words that you typed are English, but I just don't really know what you were trying to say. Okay. Attack. Attack. Attack you. Do a skill. Cook on Omori. Mixtape white. Wasted a turn. Good job. Way to go. We'll probably kill it before we get cooked. I feel like Hero's always the last one to go. He just has the lowest. Oh, well, we got it. We still managed to get the ability through. Whoops. I kind of like that the cursor stays on the last thing you did, but it's going to take a little bit of muscle memory for me to, like, keep that in mind. You know what I mean? She developed a headbutt and a bit of a concussion. Is that what you were trying to say? In this chat, we all concision. I don't know about that. Unless you're trying to say concussion and said it wrong, too. To keep the joke going. Get that mixtape. All right. Kira took a lot of damage at that last hit. Hey, level 6. Learned counter. Level 6, level 6, level 6. I love when everybody's synced up in a game like this. I know it doesn't always happen. I know it doesn't always stay that way. But while it is that way, it makes me happy. Okay, what's this? Cardboard? Does that count as a toy? I guess. Oh, it's just more... Oh, it's even more than glass. So it goes can, glass, and cardboard so far. And another air horn. Do we know what air horns do yet? Air horn. Inflicts anger on all friends. Oh, on your friends? Who would invent this? Because anger is... The offense is the best defense is the answer to that. That's what I was typing. Yep. All right, let's go through the way Aubrey cleared. And she's going to keep doing it. Pink Sword of Doom. Another can. Oh, I have so much recycling to turn in. What's this? Glass bottle. Let's go. Let's fight. Let's fight about it. Oh, hello. Kel didn't find anything. We had some old school stuff here. Oh, it's just one enemy. Dial up. Oh my gosh. It's okay, Stuart. I will only playfully make fun of your typos because we don't actually judge typos in this stream. Aubrey has a skill called Counter. All foes target Aubrey for 1 turn. If Aubrey is attacked, she attacks. That's kind of nice. So she could become like sort of a tank, maybe. She has the most health, but only by a little bit right now. So you can see her being kind of like more brute and then force the enemies to attack her, especially if my allies are low in health. I don't have enough healy dealies to work it out. All right, let's go. This thing does not seem to take a whole heck of a lot of damage. Either that or I'm just pulling low numbers there. Yeah, I'm pulling some low numbers. Dial-up slows down. Everyone's speed fell. Oh boy. That sounds like dial-up to me. But it looks like we'll be able to finish this off. If it doesn't do damage to us at the end of this round, then we pretty much got a free combat. Yeah, we just get free experience and stuff. Nothing wrong with Concision either, though. Yeah, I like Concision, assuming we're actually using that that thing. Some could say it's beneficial to express ideas and concepts with as few words as needed for clarity, aiding in comprehension. I personally wish, there was an era in my life where I felt like being concise was extremely hard. When somebody asked me something like, you know, hey, how's it going? It was hard for me to soundbite it for them. I'd be like, well, you see, it all started when I was 17. Like, I'd open up or like, you know, do you feel like we're still friends, or, you know, where's this relationship going? And I'd be like, all right, I have a 3-piece treatise on this, act 1, and I just go into like dissertation mode. And I've since media training learned to pull back and find the sound bite, right? Obviously, when I'm live streaming, I'm filling dead air space, so it's a little bit different. I use my lack of concision skills to orate and sort of navigate the space, so you all are in a lively, connective, engaged space where I can share ideas, express yours, react to them, and like build the community without me just like focus face and staring at the game and like just and oh, somebody chatted, let me read the chat. And then, have you ever been in a stream where it's like you can tell somebody didn't get past like junior high reading comprehension, so they're like, when a new chat comes up, they're like, yeah, okay, so I just beat that boss, and Sayavin says nothing wrong with concision either, though some could say it's beneficial to express ideas and concepts as well as few words is needed for clarity, aiding and comprehension. And then, so I guess the next thing I'm gonna do is check my inventory for, it's like they don't even react to what you say, and the things that they just read don't have like a natural flow, or like the streamer didn't comprehend at all what you just typed. I've had that happen, and I don't feel like I type in people's chats on like a high level. You know, I'm not trying to use SAT words or anything like that. Like, obviously I've got some vocabulary on me, but I do try to like keep it approachable, keep it engageable, and especially for streamers I don't really know, I'm not gonna like go right out of the gate full Brady Smurf on them, right? Like I'm gonna try to be friendly and connective on sort of like an open, at a basic level, so that, you know, we don't fall down the rabbit hole, unless it's obvious that they're like huge nerd, and then I might, you know, go a little deep, or if we know each other. But yeah, man, just typing typing something out and then having it read like they have no idea what they just read, and then having them not react to it at all, just like move on, because obviously they didn't. They read the words out loud, but they didn't comprehend a single thing that they just read. So I do try to keep things in sound bites, especially when I'm in other people's chats, but also if I'm in somebody else's stream and it's their stream, I'm like a cameo. You know, I'm like a guest host, so I'm not going to go off unless they ask me a question and they want me to sort of like fill in for some of the content. I'm the backseater, right? I'll say random quips and little bits here and there, but I'm sort of like just a one-off. I'm the supporting actor in that case. And in real life, a lot of people, I think, like to be asked questions and they want to be prompted to do the talking, unless you're like really socially anxious, in which case, you know, just being left alone and being in the same space where two people can surf on their phones and not engage with each other. Some people I know just like that. But I try not to monologue out in public, because the easiest way to make friends, the easiest way to get somebody's buy-in is be curious about them. And I don't do this as a social constructivism. I don't meet new people and then start asking them questions I don't care about. Oh, tell me about your job. Oh, that sounds really stressful. You know, how's that make you feel? Like, what do you do to decompress when you get home? And then I don't care. I ask questions I care about. So if you start talking about your pet a whole lot, like how special your dog or your cat is, I'm not going to ask follow-up questions. I will literally change the subject on you. If you start talking about the weather, I will literally change the subject on you, because those subjects are boring. You might like them. You might like talking about weather and your pets, but I don't like listening to them. And I will ask you other questions that are more meaningful. Like, what's your motivating quality and factor in life? If you didn't have to work your shitty day job, what would you rather be doing with your free time? Or if you could have a dream job, what would that be? I'd rather ask like more meaningful stuff. Yeah, so point being, concision, super important skill. It's good to have. It's good to know when not to use it. Like if you're live streaming to an audience and you really don't want to be concise because you're filling in the space because you're the host and it's a talk show of sorts, and so you're here and you're engaging people on a deeper level like I am, and it's really not about the game, it's really about us and building a community and exchanging ideas, then obviously I'm not going to be concise. But there are many places where I think concision is critical, because people will glaze, their eyes will glaze over. They won't glaze. They won't glaze you for it. Their eyes will glaze over and they'll zombify it and they won't catch anything you just said, right? They'll just like, they'll no mind you, and they'll leave going, man, that D is just like, he's garrulous. He talks way too much. He's filling the space with his own, you know, he's like a narcissist about his own words, clearly, which I'm not. I mean, hope I'm not. If I'm a closet narcissist, I don't know. I will go Amori on myself. All right. Hi, Jam, by the way. Hello and welcome. I hate that some streamers do that. It bothers me so much. The people that's like, you're live with an audience for a reason. If you really can't read and engage with other people, like I've had this problem where I'll read chat, and if a sentence doesn't make sense, maybe it's because of a typo, or maybe it's because like you just worded it in a way that sounded right in your head, but when I read it out loud, I couldn't like parse it into proper English grammar. And instead of just moving on, I will ask you. I'll be like, hey, I can't make sense of this question. Can you rephrase it? Can you just restate it in different words or whatever? You know, I'm not just going to leave you hanging and read your sentence in a way that I obviously didn't comprehend and just like leave you. That sucks. Always respectful to know when and where the talking is warranted. Exactly. Like every tool, there's an underuse, there's an overuse, and there's a Goldilocks right in the middle, right? The meaningful questions I always struggle with, because sometimes I'll answer these and people are like, oh, okay. So you also have to kind of read the room, right? If you find that you are able to sort of discern a normie, then I think they don't want answers to their questions. If they even ask something that sounds kind of like a probing question, you might like serve them something that's kind of a soft pitch. Like if they're like, oh, like you deal with, you know, special needs children, what is that like? And you get this vibe like they don't really want to know the deep path. They kind of want to hear a little sound bite or something. You could always test the waters a little bit too. For somebody you don't know that well and you're not sure, maybe they are a little bit more engaged, but you're not. You're on the fence about them. You haven't decided if they're like live, laugh, love levels of complexity or if there's something more to them. So you could always say something like, you know, I could really go down a rabbit hole with this, but overall, I feel like it's just really rewarding work for me and something I've always wanted. Super quick. That's a great interview answer. That lets the other person, even if you're not in a real interview, lets the other person you're talking to follow up. Like further down the rabbit hole, what is there? You know, what is there, like something more, or like, can you expand on that, or what motivated you, or, you know, they can go further if they're curious, but then you're sort of opening up a door and saying there's this other room we could go to where we can talk more about this, but you also give them a quick out if they'd rather just take that. You want to see all my pictures of Mrs. Snuffykins? Well, I'll show you one and then you can tell me if you want to see more. if pets are your personality. Yeah. Forever Ghost Joy. Nice name. Hi, welcome. How you doing? Recently asked what I would do if I didn't have to work. And I was like, I'd work at the human composting facility. And that apparently was the wrong answer. Why? You're probably around somebody that felt a little bit icked out about that, weren't you? Very useful for me given how special my English can be. Well, and here's the thing. Conversation is about exchange of ideas, right? If you are too polite or tactful to let somebody know that you're not getting ideas that they're trying to transmit, you're actually being rude. That's not tactful anymore. You are being rude. Because if you just smile and nod, that's the equivalent of like when you lie about knowing something. When somebody is like, oh yeah, you know, I just love, and my whole identity is around the Jurassic Park movies. Have you seen any of them? And you go like, oh yeah, I love all of them. You've just opened up a really dangerous wormhole, a really dangerous conversation path with that person, right? That's their life. Now they're going to ask you, they're like, you like all of them. What's your favorite one? What's your favorite quote? Do you remember the part in 3? It's like timestamp something like 23 minutes in when this like crazy thing happens and then now your back's up against the wall. You're going to have to like retract your statement somehow and say, oh, hey, you know, I was just trying to be polite, but I actually I've never watched a Jurassic Park movie or something like that. That can be dangerous for those type of people too. Cause I'm like, okay, well, I'll educate you. What are you doing this afternoon? Let's do a marathon. Let's watch as many Jurassic Parks as we can before you pass out. Let's drink monsters and watch Jurassic Parks. I don't feel not needing to work doesn't mean you shouldn't work. I feel like work is one of those things that needs to be determined by an individual. We're starting to get to a place with automation and resources where I feel like if every human being on Earth stopped working, we'd be in trouble. But if people stopped working that didn't care, I think we'd see some net loss in productivity and some net gain in stress and negative environments and like bad workplace. Everybody who has to work with somebody who hates their job and does poorly at it as a result, or is like low productivity as a result, drains their whole team and demotivates people around them because those people see some jerk getting paid to do way less than they should be, and they hate it there, and they're a bad representation of the brand. If they're client facing, good God, you know, really bad. I wish some of those people could be taken out of the workplace. And literally, if all you want to do is smoke pot and play video games, like the government shouldn't float you having a great lifestyle or anything like that. But if you could just like do those basic things and then the world didn't have to deal with you in the workplace, I think the workplace would be happier, the clients would be happier, the brand would be better off for it, and then that person can just do whatever they want to do with their spare time. But I feel like a lot of us do feel passionate about something. we're just concerned that the passion that we direct ourselves to maybe doesn't pay, maybe doesn't support the lifestyle that we want, and we might struggle, or it might just be a hard field to get into. And so that part kind of sucks. I wish there was a solution for all of those things, which, you know, it's a very complex problem, multiple sub problems. But I do feel like there's a motivating factor within a lot of people to contribute or to create or to provide or be a cog in some greater, you know, device, or, you know, leave a legacy. So for sure, I do see that as like sort of a innate drive in a lot of folks. Saw Live Laugh Love Omori meme. What? But it was Omori saying, "I lived, bitch." Oh, nice. Because in the Noxicum ability, I laughed, bitch, and Mari says, "I loved, bitch." Wow. I know a lot of my friends who need that type of guidance to exist, like just need like the structure of a job sort of thing. Is that what you're saying? What's going on, Cell? I'm just gonna call you Cell. I hope that's cool. Hello, hello. From what your background and hit points is, hit points or HP? Wait, they're HP. What do you mean by HP? Sorry, I'm guessing you're in space in the game. So I don't know about their hit points being that, but yeah, they're in so they're in what feels like a fantasy or dream world sort of thing, especially the way the worlds are all sort of connected by these weird liminal bridges and stuff like that. And the area that they're in right now is like space themed. So it kind of feels like Imagination Land, and now we're imagining we're in space. If you know more about this game and like why the different areas are the way they are, don't tell me. I'm doing like a no spoiler first playthrough run of this, and I really don't know anything. So for those of you that do know the lore behind where we are and why the world is the way it is, don't tell me. Yeah. Jamori. Why the J? My favorite character is Space Boyfriend. I'm liking him so far, but we just barely met him and he's still just in bed. My funployment stopped being enjoyable eventually. Now I'm bored a lot. If you ever want to, you know, help me develop out a full-time content creator business in your spare time, I'd gladly yoke your spare time to my services and needs. But the half-hearted potheads are what keep low-paying fast food places in business. We can automate that out. We don't need people to assemble burritos. And I'm sort of only kidding. Like, obviously, there's some people that are willing to do sort of like low investment jobs. I don't want to learn a whole lot. I just want to do like a week of training and basically be cleared to do this. I want to put in like my 20 hours a week. And if you cut me because hours are light or we just aren't making enough to keep everybody on, and you say, does anybody want to go home early? You know, that's like the first person to raise their hand. Like, good God, yeah, just let me go home early. I really wanted to play the next installation of their favorite game that just came out or whatever, you know, they just run back home. There are people that kind of are comfortable in that space having those types of jobs. So I don't mean like get rid of all of the jobs, but at the same time, we are at a place where some fast food can be assembled through automation already and or like prefabbed so that it gets to a restaurant and basically just needs to be like assembled and cooked sort of thing. So I do feel like we're moving toward an area where a lot of that like really low skill work is, it's getting close to being able to be removed or at least replaced in some places. My name is Alfred. Hi, Alfred. Yeah, I've completed the game about 3 different times, played for over 50 hours. Oh, nice. Favorite thing to do in this game now is to watch people play. I love that. Well, you can't get a more authentic first experience than this one because I know literally nothing about this world and story, and like I haven't been spoiled on any part of the lore, the story, or anything. I've never watched anybody play this, and even better, perhaps, I'm coming from other games that were either inspired or co-designed with this game. Namely, we played from the start of 2024 till now, Mothers 1, 2, and 3 on the NES, SNES, and Game Boy. Is it Game Boy Advance that the third one was on? All 3 Mothers. Well, obviously, this game's heavily inspired by Mother, and also Undertale we played through, and that was the first playthrough for me too. If you're curious to watch any of the first playthroughs for the other games like this that we've already done so far, if you go to my YouTube channel's playlist tab, under playlists, I have one called the Earthbound/Mother franchise, and I just stuck Undertale and Amori in there because they're basically like, they're not part of the franchise, but they're so heavily inspired that I thought that they should just go in the same playlist with the Mother games too. Know what I mean? Watch them play blind, of course. Oh yeah, appreciate that. Hey, Damien, play what? I don't even know what that word is. Okay. 24 experience and 18 clams. All right. So. Oh, right. We were getting that melon down there. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I hope it doesn't taste like watermelon. Can you imagine watermelon flavored chocolate? It would not really be my my thing to do. But you have snacks. Heals 5 heart, 60 heart. That's a lot. 40% heart. Interesting. Let's get rid of the tofu. Here's just like, he's not low, but he's like mid, and well, he's better than mid. He's a good guy. But you know, health is just a bit low, and the tofu's just so like such a small little blip. I don't see why we don't just use it now. Right? I know exactly how far you are. Yeah. We came here straight from meeting the space boyfriend and his crew. So we just went right out the back door. Flower puzzle. This is for the person in the playground, I think. Somebody who's looking for a puzzle. Sweet. The builds in this game get really fun. Oh, cool. I appreciate that there is more than just the straightforward stuff we're doing right now. I look forward to seeing how you build each character. That's really exciting to know that that's a thing. Okay, so these are, what, do we press this and then we change the polarity on all of the conveyor belts? Give it a shot. Boop.
Hey, Mr. Conveyor Bot. Switch up those conveyor belts for us already. Zzz. Rude person.
Oh, see a Twitch on the other side of ads. We'll pause right here. Well, we'll play this out. You can't just yell orders at people, Cal. Geez, have some tact, will you?
No, there's no need to fuss. I'll handle this one.
Oh, maybe we'll pause. It does kind of seem like there's going to be a bigger interaction here, where Cal like deals with the bot in some way. Maybe he's gonna be kind. He uses kind words second time around. You know, it's kind of rude. I have a 4-year-old who's almost 5 that always starts with the rude, and then I'm like, hey, no. And then she's like, oh, just kidding. I'll switch to kind, and starts using like please. I'm like, oh, why always like your second time around do you remember what manners are, but your first time you're just not there? Yeah. So the reason why I kind of like pause at these moments, I will do this probably like roughly once an hour, unless I'm in a combat area and I'm just doing combat, then who cares? I'll just like pause. Or I won't pause because it's just combat. Who cares? Twitch, I have the ads set up so that when people enter the Twitch stream, instead of seeing ads right up at front, you know, like pre-roll, sometimes YouTube does this too, right? Pre-roll ad before you're even allowed to see the content. As long as I run regular scheduled ads, and I have to do about 3 minutes of ads, we're about halfway through this ad break on Twitch, about 3 minutes worth of ads, then the Twitch viewers are immune to pre-roll for the rest of the hour. So 57 minutes of like just ad-free, just chilling. We took care of our bases. The Amazon and Twitch gods are happy. We just, you know, make everyone, we pleased everybody. We paid all of our bills, and then we can do ad-free for a while. I also got some people who can do ad skips. And if you can do ad skips, I think you have to be on a membership on YouTube, a sub on Twitch, Turbo on Twitch. You could also pay for YouTube. What's the YouTube service where you just skip ads? Didn't it used to? I forget what it used to be called, but I don't know what it's called today at all. I don't pay for it, obviously. And then every other platform that I stream on, who knows? I don't know how they do the skip. I do know that I think the Instagram stream just died though. So, Instagram's supposed to let me stream for 4 hours every single stream. And what has been happening this last month or so, for no apparent reason whatsoever, Instagram just dies right at 1 hour. 1 hour and 36 seconds to be precise. And sure enough, the stream died. We're just gonna kill it now. Say goodbye to the Instagram folks. Hopefully they're smart enough to realize that there are other streams they can find me on, besides the one that just like dies on its own. It's lame. It's boring. I've already submitted a help ticket, and I don't think they're gonna answer it. I don't think they're gonna read it. I'm getting popcorn. Nice. I missed that part. Once you're done with this game, if you want another game I've been told I love, because I adore this, In Stars and Time. So, exciting news for you. If you've been enjoying just the sort of content creator I am, In Stars and Time is on my Sunday games schedule. So there are several other games that are also sort of mother-inspired games, and we're gonna play through them. And I have In Stars and Time, and it's got like an expansion or DLC or something like that. I've got that too. So those are in line, in queue, with the other games that we'll be playing, sort of in the same vein. So if that was something you were looking forward to, we will be doing it. Okay. No, there's no need to fuss. I'll handle this one. Tag me, Amori. Oh, now we're switching the leader again. All right, Kel. Do it. Do it. What you gonna do? Whoop. Bzz, rude person. Hello? Oh, do I have to smack him from like over here? The little butt? The little wiggly tail on the robot? No? Did I tag the wrong person? Oh. Wait, is this one Kel? My bad. Kel tagged Hero. Oh. Ahem. Oh, Hero. Oh, did I misread? I guess it was Hero. I thought Kel was like, tag me. I'm dumb. I must have picked the wrong person. Greetings, Sir Conveyor Bot. My companions and I require your assistance in changing the directions of your conveyors. Oh, charisma. So that's his special ability. Will you and your friends please help us? Bzz. Nice person. Okay. Wow. You rizzed the crap out of that robot. All right. Well, I guess we have a new path going forward. Good stuff. You mixed your Kells and Heroes. Yeah, I did. Whoops. Whoops. My bad. Just got done binging 2 seasons of Squid Game. How is that? I know a lot of people seem to be addicted to it, but nobody really talked about it. Maybe there's a reason, like the less spoilers, the better kind of story. But yeah, what do you think so far, Kara? Also, hi and welcome. Can we get up here? Can this key... Oh, let me move my cursor out of the way. That's rude. The gate is locked. You could probably open it using a junkyard key. Can we try that? Can we... Do I need to, like, switch people? Does it need to be a Mori to use that? I'm so confused. Okay, so we didn't have to do this when we first came into the junkyard. But, sure, important. Oh, did our junkyard key get used up? That's just it? No more key. So we need more junkyard keys. Okay, never mind then. We'll grab... Oh, I think I saw another key just over here on the side of the screen. I enjoyed it. I'd only watched the first season until now. Oh, okay, cool. Let's go... I think it's down, so let's use this one and be cautious about how we use conveyor belts. I swear I saw a key, like, just... Where was that? Oh, right there. Right there. Okay, so how do we get there? We need that conveyor belt to go the other way. Interesting. Interesting. So we need to talk to that guy. And then maybe, or there's another conveyor belt dude down there. Wow, there's so much conveyage to consider. Okay, so I do think I see the potential path I need to go, but I'm just going to explore where I can first before we start flipping other conveyor belts around. Zelda logic, I guess, disposable keys. Yeah, I guess so. I'm just not used to that in games like this. You know, if you use a key, you usually still have it in your, like, important inventory or whatever, or quest-specific inventory for, like, forever. But that's not necessarily that case. You got ramen out of a toilet. Fantastic. Bench. Vending machine. We do not need your tasty sodas, although I see that if you were bad at managing your health, you could go there and get some tasty drinks. So if you touch the top conveyor belt, it takes you all the way around, down, and in there. Can we just bypass that for now? Looks like there's stuff in there that's worthy of touching, but first I just want to try to grab this key over here. And it looks like that might be the conveyor belt person to do it. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's foreboding, you guys. Oh! Oh, yeah. It's like a strawberry jam version of the Kool-Aid guy or something. Hi, buddy. Potty ramen? I don't know, man. Ah, yes, the ramen you found in the toilet. Mm-hmm, delicious. It's games like this that make me want to try game development. Honestly, yeah. And especially because I feel like this and Undertale feel like they're attainable games. Like, you don't need to be part of a AAA developing studio and have a team of artists and lore writers and stuff. Like, if you have a great idea and some basic concept of animation and sprites and, you know, combat, moving stuff around, like, you can kind of stitch the skills together you need to do this work with very few people, or even just one. Toilet ramen appears in this game concerningly often. Oh no. Life Jam guy. We'll see. You're gonna be giving me life, or you're gonna give me death? Oh, Life Jam guy. Oh, you spoiled his name. Hey kids, I'm the Life Jam guy. I sell Life Jam. It really works. Would you like a free Yeah, I would. I love free. Oh God. What will we do? Guard. Do I not have a guard? Guard. I don't want to hurt him. He said he wants a demo. Let's just see what he do. Laptop guy turns into toast. Well, that did not life me. Omori did not succumb. Use Life Jam. It really works. You got Life Jam. You got Life Jam. You got Life Jam. This feels awkward. Snack. Life Jam. Infused with the spirit of life, revives a friend that is toast. Why did you have to do it this way? Why such a violent... and also, who's your friend? Are all of these Life Jams sentient too? Am I feeding my toasted friends your sentient children's lifeblood? Aubrey recovered 34 heart. Life Jam explains the benefits of Life Jam. He did that. Okay, let's snack again because we got enough Life Gems for everybody. What's Aubrey gonna do? Also use Life Jam. Let's Life Jam, everyone. You really lowered my health by quite a bit doing this. Will you heal me? Will I get healed? Enjoy your free samples. Goodbye now. Haha. Sure, but my health. How did you like my free demo? It hurt. I had more health than this before you bastard. Okay, hey, good. Life Jam guy is also God. Yikes, seems like it. I don't see the comment about game development in chat, but you definitely need the creativity to make games like this. That's true. That's true. It's a tricky thing to get this level of creative oomph out of out of a person or a team of people. I'm used to extreme delay and fast movement. What? Oh, like in a game? Spread some live jam. This is my kind of jam. Did I ever ask you where you got your name? Maybe I did and I forgot. Could I ask again if I did forget? What's jam gabar mean? I suppose a practical example would be the only way to prove it. I suppose. But my health, it's so much lower now. I figured it out and forgot. Damn. This is the equivalent of someone walking up to you and say, hey, you want to buy this bulletproof vest? Shooting you, then putting it on you and shooting you on the vest. It feels like, yeah. Jambo is a corruption of Gom Jabbar, the poison needle from Dune. Oh, I didn't figure it out. Somebody figured it out. I don't know Dune. It's a play on Gom Jabbar. Jabbar. Gotcha. Yeah, I was definitely not the one to figure that out. If you remember, you had to have misremembered, because my knowledge of Doom is I watched the old movie when I was a kid. The hand with the pain box freaked me out, and I don't really remember almost anything else about the story. Oh, Troa figured it out, maybe. It's in the old movie? Gotcha. Interesting. You said before I spoil his name. Oh, got it. Used to 20-second delay and main focus on the game streamer, so it might take a moment for me to adapt to chat first game app. No worries. It's the only part of the movie you remember. Me? The poison needle? What's the poison needle? The box isn't the poison needle, is it? Because the box, it showed like his flesh searing off. Or was it because you get stabbed by a needle when you put your hand in there? The pain box. Is the box called the Gom Jabbar, whatever? What did you call it? I have to back scroll to yeah, Gom Jabbar. Is the box called it or is the needle called it? I didn't know there was a needle in there. It's the same scene. The needle and the box are two parts. Which, did you get stabbed by a needle there too? See, this is why I know I didn't figure out your name, because I've never heard those words before, or if I did, it was because somebody else was explaining where your name came from, and I was like, oh, it's from Dune, cool, and then I forgot until tonight when you reminded me again. The box is called the pain box. Oh, so I remembered the name of that correctly. She holds the Gom Jabbar needle to his neck to force him to keep his hand in or die. Oh, she like holds him hostage that, you know, you have to feel the pain box or I'll kill you with this needle. Yeah, is that it? You've heard the words before because you watched that scene in the movie. I mean, I heard a lot of words then that I'm not going to remember. I don't remember movies a whole heck of a whole lot. I've even watched like really, really famous movies, some of them multiple times, and could not quote. Or somebody quoted a line from the movie. I'd be like, I have no idea what you're saying. And they're like, it's from this really famous movie. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I've seen that probably like 5 times. And they're like, why don't you know that line? I just don't memorize movies a whole heck of a lot. Hello, kids. Because men can overcome pain, but animals can't? Had to prove he was not an animal? Interesting. That was the whole premise behind why put your hand in a box and keep it there. To prove that he's risen above animal. My name itself came from Ghost Joy. I don't know what that is. I switched I switched to it from Killer Kai 02 after years, and after entering the Pokemon scene for 2 seconds, realized that the name was heavily taken. So Ghostly Joy. And oh, interesting. I don't know what that is. Risen above base instincts. Gotcha. Kid, did I ever ask you where your... I think I must have asked you where your name is from too. I feel bad. Like every once in a while, I feel like, oh, it's been maybe 6 months. I probably dumped out all the lore behind your names, but I must have asked at some point a long, long time ago and then long since forgotten. And then just I'll perpetually keep asking you the same questions over and over again. Maybe I should just pretend I memorized the origins of all your names and not ask so you don't feel like I'm being rude by forgetting. I'm not trying to forget the origins of your names. I just forget things. Unless they get repeated several times over and then they get stored in my memory forever. And then when I'm like in a retirement home, I'll be like, so here's the story of Jam Gabar's name for those of you that knew who that person was. I'm a Dune fan from the books to all the TV/movie iterations, so it was a fun thing for me to stumble across. Oh, cool. It's meant to be 2 words together. Most people refer to me as Ghost. Oh, cool. I could do that if you'd prefer. The beauty of not remembering. I do not possess this gift. Don't get me wrong. I memorize all sorts of things that are not very critical. So my brain is definitely a steel trap, and I remember things for years and decades. But a lot of it is like things that I regret or resent or wish I could do over, or commercials or trivia. My brain is an absolute menace as far as how many millions and billions of little factoids and useless bits and agonizing memories that I wish I could just forget stay and persist and keep coming back in the worst times, like right when I close my eyes when I lie down for bed. But then I want to remember something like somebody's name origin, or something we just talked about last stream, or something that we learn in a game like this, and then I stream next week, and you're like, come on, you should know this. We just did this last week in Amori. You need to know what this person said in order to progress the game. And I'm like, I have no recollection of that conversation at all. So what my brain remembers forever feels completely random. Comedies tends to be my favorites, at least those I can watch again just to enjoy. Wouldn't comedies not be something that you'd want to remember though? Because if you remember everything, then the jokes wouldn't land as well, because you'd always know what the punchline was, or like the surprise. Like, to me, a lot of good comedy is something where the setup leads you in a certain direction and then the laugh comes like unexpectedly. It's like a surprise twist, or you just, if you can see the punchline from a mile away, I don't think it's as funny, right? And then if you remember the joke because you have the mind like a steel trap, then I don't see the comedy as being funny the second time around. There are a lot more of us than there are of you. Well, yeah, but I still like to try to hit that Dunbar number, that 150 closest people in your life. You should know stuff about them. I've only seen the Dune miniseries, but I loved it very much. I'd like to go back in and, try to consume the world that a lot of people seem to really appreciate with this. My husband's called me Kitten is a play on the old housewife and breadwinner husband error. Nice. So you like play TradCon, but like as a joke, I'm guessing, based on what I know about you. We do. I mean, we're a little TradCon-y between Connie, weird, TradCon-ish between Oz and myself, but it's like she's more into it than I am, and so we do sort of like parody it. Like, we're not really serious about it, but like she's kind of like the more I want you to make decisions for us. I get decisioned out, and so I like it when my husband makes the final call on things. And she likes it when I'm sort of like more assertive and say, you know, here's the plan that I've set up, and then ask her, well, what do you think? I'm not like leaving her out or like being dominant per se, but just that I am sort of like the energy giver, and then she's like receiving and responding and reacting to it because she gets energy tapped out, especially being a parent, being like the full-time parent, especially during the summer, if that makes sense. But we sort of goof at it. We're not serious about TradCon life. 4 is my lucky number. Oh, okay. 10-0. Then what's the 10-0? Kit 10. And then 04. Right? Kit 10? Is that right? Did I read it right? Kitten is my nickname for my little sister. Aww. That's sweet. Au contraire, that's the point. I can anticipate the jokes and enjoy the delivery. That's foreign to me. That is foreign to enjoy the delivery of something that you already know how it comes up. It's like they become my own personal inside jokes. Interesting. It's weird. It's weird to me. I like to world build a lot in my own head, so that's what makes me want to make a game. It's why I play D&D, so I can allow my creative outlet flow. Have you ever thought of being, or do you DM? I shouldn't say ever thought about it, it's stupid. Do you DM? Have you ever DM'd? Do you make your own worlds for your players? If so, because I could see that being a really cool outlet if you enjoy D&D and enjoy world building. Sometimes I write my own story together. It's fun. Yeah. You and me, we're simpatico there. I love world building and creating stories and character arcs and all that kind of stuff. It's that's my jam. It's my jam, Gomar. Just kidding. How did you like my free demo? I'm kidding. I know you loved it. Can you heal me? Oh, I see you were still hurt. Thank you, Life Jam Guy. No worries, I will heal you. Haha. Oh, we get the food cutscene. You and your friends feel like new. Very good, yes. A little bit awkward. You kept me hanging on the line there for a bit. Now, would you like to buy some Life Jam? Oh, here's where the feet hit the pavement. You just did that whole thing to shill your wares. You just got your merch and you're like, hey, trying to sell some merch here. By the way, if you're watching on Twitch, I don't think I have this set up for YouTube yet. You can type !merch. It'll lead you to damien.printful.me. That's Printful. And you can see my merch store there because I actually do have one. And I only did this not because I think that I can sell merch, because I feel like I'm in a place where, probably not. But I did it because some few excited fans said, make a merch store, asshole. And so I said, fine, I'll do it. And so I did. And that's where it is. I am a forever DM. I make my worlds around players' backstories rather than make my own world first. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So they all go through character creation, and you're like, okay, I've got an idea based on, you're like the cook in one of those shows that's like, okay, your ingredients are bing, bing, bing. They show you like the 3 things you have to put together, and then you've got to figure out, okay, using basil and salmon and mango, how are you going to make a dish out of these things, right? That's cool. DMing is too stressful for me. Damn perfectionism telling me nothing I make is creative enough to be enjoyed. The fun thing about playing with like a group of people that all want to play D&D is I don't feel like anybody ever has expectations that things will ever go perfect or according to plan. Thanks for lurk. It's too warm for me, so I'm gonna go downstairs and be a lump. Enjoy the lumping. I will enjoy the killing in a video game. Yeah, I feel like the one thing that D&D players like the most is feeling like they're not railroaded in. And so if you're comfortable letting go of perfection and in fact letting go of your planned story, so that they say, oh, we see that the quest giver is this person over there, but we're all gonna mug him or try to sell him to you know, a interested party, or we're just gonna leave the quest giver and let's go, you know, down the back alleys of the local town and find our own secret quest. You could sort of just play with that. I think the only thing then is you might want to study a little bit on improv so that you don't get stuck in wanting to do the story the way you want to. But I've always enjoyed games where I felt so much more autonomy, where I felt like I could really nope out on the story and the DM would roll with the punches, than a story that was really well planned out by the DM. And then if we tried to do anything creative, they would box us in. And I've felt really boxed in before. Feeling boxed in makes me not want to play pen and paper RPGs, frankly. Yeah. What's up, bruh? What's up, Akumo? How's it going? Currently, my players have a barbarian who is from the frozen outskirts, a dwarf from the Underdark. Oh, it's a very like Forgotten Realms, yeah. A mechanic who is from Reverse London, a monk from a ruined monastery. Interesting. A secretive doctor who's the most wanted man on the continent for a crime he never committed. That's kind of fun. They all sound like they've got great ideas going on in their heads. What's up, Immersive? The only real problem I've ever had in TTRPG sessions is rules lawyering. So yeah, what I like to do, and maybe Ghost can corroborate on this, is I don't like to play by the actual rules of D&D. Like, I'll create my own homebrew creatures, and I won't tell you. Maybe I'll just it'll be a skin or a veneer. Like, I'm gonna pick a beholder, but I'm not gonna call it that. It's gonna look different, and I'll have the description set aside somewhere else. It does require a little bit of extra lead prep time to sort of fabricate or at least skin the world to your own interests. And then if people ask, you know, what is, you know, is this like a demon, or like, does it, you know, they're trying to like understand or figure out what they can know about it that's like player knowledge, but they want their character to know it. I will do two things. One, I'll make them roll for everything so that their character is forced to do the actual, you know, identification. And two, I will really, really fight back that player knowledge is not the same thing as character knowledge, right? So if somebody's like, oh, you guys, I think this is like a dire wolf, I'd be like, excuse me, does your character know what a dire wolf is? You're this aristocrat from this town here, your local flora and fauna do not include that animal? Did you read about it in a book? Do you want to roll on, you know, knowledge of that type of, you know? So I will fight back. I'll push them till they realize they're here to tell a story with everybody and not min-max a game mechanic or push so that they get, you know, maximum benefits at every time. Also, I reward negative outcomes. When people roll a critical failure or when things go really, really awry, I try to make it interesting. I make that stuff more dramatically exciting for the players than when things go right, because I want the story to be about the story they're telling and not about how well they've played their stats and used the right spells in conjunction with other people. And, you know, I cast this on the barbarian, then he dashes in and we've got like perfect synergy and we're gaming the hell out of all the spells in the game. Like, I don't like that. Somebody else can play that type of game. I don't like it when people try to break the game by combining spells and abilities and stuff to break the game with me. Not when I'm DM. The thing I find is that D&D is kind of facilitate the rules in that way. What do you mean? House rules are the way to go? 100%. Yeah, 100%. I plan to write an essay on this for my YouTube channel because it's a topic I'm passionate about. But I find that D&D is not the best system for free role play. Not really. I'd probably go with something that's more storytelling driven. Something that has like theater of the mind rule set to it. I know White Wolf does a lot more like supporting the story than supporting the rules kind of gameplay. And there are a few other game systems that I think are better like that. Yeah. It's far too focused on the stats and combat and the dungeon crawl. And who, like, in a world where you can play so many games based on D&D, that all the like dice rolls and everything is like snappier, it's better, the graphics are pretty, and you got like so many things figured out for you. Wouldn't you rather just play a game, like a PC game that does D&D combat, than like play a D&D session that's heavily combat engaged? I feel like sitting at a table and rolling the dice and moving your people on a vinyl mat and all that kind of stuff, it's interesting to do once in a while in a campaign, but that's not where I feel like my favorite moments playing D&D are. It's not in the dungeon crawl part. It's at parts slow and uncomfortable at times, whereas the storytelling, the engaging with each other's characters, the role playing, that stuff is memorable. That's the stuff people come away from remembering, not like how well they did in pen and paper combat. What type of game is this? It's like a cursed JRPG, if that makes sense. I know it looks very cute and wholesome. It is cursed, just to let you know. My favorite system is one that seems to be pretty unpopular these days, and that's too bad. What's that? I'll modify creatures so that they are unable to prepare for them. Exactly. That's the way to go. A Nightwalker, which is a CR20 creature, can only affect those in the ethereal plane. Yes. Yes. Do stuff that they couldn't possibly rules lawyer for because they don't know what you've done behind the scenes. PC knowledge versus player knowledge, that was always a big thing in my game sessions as a kid. It's critical. If you're playing a role-playing game and you can't role play, do not play. I hate when people feel like they have the entire monster manual and DMG memorized in their head and they act their character out like that character knows that stuff. Impossible. Get in character, study a little bit, learn how to do some improv acting. Do not come at me with the full knowledge of this game system like you know how things are done. And also don't tell me that my like difficulty classes and stuff are wrong. I choose them and I'm the DM, damn it. My players had a fun puzzle with it as they had goggles that would show the ethereal plane to them. Ooh. And allow the Nightwalker to attack, but they needed to complete the code phrases in the dungeon. Jeez. That sounds dicey. Once in that one, I make opportunities, not defined moments. Exactly. You don't end stories or like punish people for having bad situations come up. Bad situations are the core of good drama. Sometimes you want the heroes to have a real sticky situation. It's like, okay, now how are you guys gonna band together and get out of this? If everything went well all the time and your players just slew everything that came at them, slaughtered, healed up afterwards, bought more supplies, went back out, slaughtered some more, where's the fun in that? Where's the memories in that? I prefer tactical aspects and then some RP on top. Oof, I'm not like that. I'm RP all the way. I like it when a DM knows and plays the rules, and if there's house rules, he's upfront about it. You and I, we play very, very different styles. Rather do a D&D session that's heavily combat engaged. Oh wow, I could not disagree more. I like the combat style of D&D, but I like it digital and fast and with all the art in the 3D game. I don't like doing that at a table with people snacking and surfing on their phone, and you have to tap somebody's shoulder 3 times to make them realize it's their turn, and you have that one person that spends like 10 minutes deciding one simple move, one simple action. So to me it's a slog compared to all the other parts of the game that move faster than combat in regular tabletop D&D. I'm always going to be a Palladium/Rifts evangelist. Oh, I played Rifts. I liked Rifts. I never played Palladium. Or, I don't know if those are related. I played Rifts. Yeah. It's far more focused on roleplay and character stories. The rules kind of facilitate that kind of gameplay where you can gain experience without ever lifting a sword if you want. Yeah, I felt like Rifts was really cleverly designed. It's meant to have immersive, memorable sessions and not so much like you get caught up in rules mongering. I had so many Rifts books. It's a great setting. It's stinker of a rule set. I had fun with the games that I played in that universe. That's why I like to refute the Rift's Palladium rule set is what makes it awesome because it's different than what it is popular. I suppose that's true. Munish, what's up? Yeah, we found Life Jam. The Kool-Aid kid of this game. MDC SDC is stupid. That part's a little bit weird to me. I didn't like that part of it. Ever looked at Genesis or World / Chronicles of Darkness? I know World of Darkness. Yeah, I played. That was like my first deep integration into tabletop gaming. I played a little bit of D&D before it, but the group of friends I fell into that were really heavy into role playing were into World of Darkness. Also great TTRPGs with entirely different systems for skill and RP execution. So unrealistic and just broken. Oh, MDC and STC always takes me out of the game. The character creation is really nice though. I do like the character creation in Rift is wacky almost, but I appreciate that more than like feeling like you're just in the same sort of trope universe that I think it's boring after you've done, you know, maybe 10 to 12 sessions of D&D. It gets a little stale about what you're going to do next. I've been wanting to get into World of Darkness. I think you would like it. I think you would, especially if you like, you know, macabre stuff, which I do. I'm very much into macabre. In my own sessions, I have my players start a character with an extra rule, which is Defy Fate. Nice. So if they need to heroically overcome crazy odds, you've got that sort of built into the world. I think that's a smart thing. I used to do something similar. I called it like style points. So if you did something really, really snazzy, like really wowed everybody and made a very impactful moment in the game, and I'm not talking about like hogged center of attention. Like if you're hamming it up, you don't get a style point. But if you make a really memorable, really cool moment for everybody because of some clever way that you've decided to engage in the game world, that could be a social interaction, that could be theory crafting or puzzle solving or just coming at something from a really non-linear direction, you earn a style point. Then you use those style points to overcome the real negative parts of the game later on. So it was like a currency. You could only have one at a time. So once it was full, then you would be prompted to want to use it again so that you could earn your next style point. There's a cool or lame, depending on if you care on internal mechanics of fights, with Kel where he just nukes the opponent. Yikes. You need to know the specifics you want to do it. I'd rather not, especially not first playthrough. I'd just rather like stumble through mechanics. My gaming group is all DMs. We all know the rule set nicely and we try and move combat along quick. Okay. I don't often, almost every time that I've played tabletop or pen and paper in the last probably 6 or 7 sessions I've been in, there's always noobs. There's somebody who's brand new to role playing. So I don't have a group of friends that are all like high-end nerds there. I have almost all the Chronicles core books on Google Drive. Throw me a whisper and I'll see if we can get you access to them somehow. Oh, nice. If you find me on Discord, which I'm sure if you're on Twitch, you can figure out how to do, you can hit me up there. What Mina's pointed out about Kel I would not recommend doing is what's known the Kel nuke breaks the game heavily. Okay. You skip entire boss dialogues. Oh, yeah, not great. I've never heard anybody complain about SDC MDC. I always enjoyed that as a system where you can have a monolithic set of rules to govern everything from daggers to nukes. I mean, it's true if you really want to up the scale of the game to doing something like more than like hand-driven combat. Like I'm carrying a weapon and I'm gonna shoot you or slice you or whatever, and you want to get into large-scale combat. The game supports it, and you could ignore it. You know, you could avoid that type of stuff if you wanted to, and just focus on one system. The other Palladium games are better than what when they don't have MDC. Oh, okay. I know the Palladium system isn't perfect, but none of them really are. I guess there's good and bad in everything, yeah. It's only like Robotech and Rifts that have it. Ah, gotcha. Maybe ninjas and super spies? I don't know that one. Never heard of that one. I do not want to spend 250 clams on some life jam. I'm just gonna hope that I don't die. That's okay. You will need to later. What? That's ominous. That's very menacing of you. Okay, I want that key. And that means I want to flip this. Hi, buddy. Oh, not from... Oh, I'm leading with Amori and it was fine. I guess the robots all like me now. Well, thanks, little robot guys. Let's get that key. Hi, key. You got a junkyard key. And then we'll use the other conveyor belt because I do want to see what that little side room is there. Hello? Can I... Oh. Once you get on a conveyor belt, you're stuck. Like, that's your path. Hi, key. I low-key found that key. Okay. We'll talk to you in a sec. First, you got Comet Hammer. Does, would I, should I feel like Kel, maybe? Do you want a cool... No? It's not a charm. I guess you can't use a hammer. Oh, Maury's a hammer person? Oh, no. You use the knife. Because you like knives. Would Aubrey use a hammer? You got a stuffed toy right now. Sure would. Attack up by 2. Luck up by 2. Well, the fact that this is a hammer made from meteors and it's only a little bit stronger than my stuffed toy is... That's a design choice. But sure. Stronger is stronger. Why not? Now, can anybody else use stuffed toys? Or... No, because you're a cook, so you're going to want to use cooking tools. You probably don't like stuffed toys, do you? Nope, you don't. Okay, then. Well, hey, that's interesting to find. And what's over here? Aubrey. Aubrey's your attacker. She seems like my tank. He can bring himself back to half health and allow access to the last ability of his class. I'll utter the phrase to him. You feel years of muscle memory for battle you never fought? What are we talking about right now? Palladium was the original RPG. Oh, okay. It's a fantasy setting and the company is called Palladium Books. Gotcha. Rifts is like the cyberpunk magic science sci-fi setting, but they have many RPGs. Okay. They had a couple licenses too. Officially, the Robotech and Ninja Turtles universes RPGs were in the Palladium system. Gotcha. Thanks for that. Ninjas and Super Spies was another one. They had a zombie apocalypse one called Dead Rain. They all basically have the same set of rules with some tweaks here and there. Gotcha. I mean, just like your D&D supplement books, your World of Darkness books. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Not interactive. Is this like an invisible man sitting in a chair wearing spectacles? Or does the chair have eyes? Glasses Ghost. It's an invisible man. Glasses Ghost looks around aimlessly as if it is lost. Can I help you? Guess not. Okay, well, you know, I'm sorry that you're feeling lost. I've displayed my messages to the limit, so you've been reading half of my messages. I mean, I hope I'm reading all of them. I'm trying not to like skip anything if I see it here. Yeah. You should play Yumeniki someday. This game takes elements from that game, and I think you'll enjoy it. Extremely non-linear. It's extremely non-linear nature. Interesting. Can somebody DM me that name? Yumeniki. Oh, this is such a long conveyor belt. But I think we discovered everything in that room set over there, so just basically takes you right back to the place where we unlock this key. Thanks, Troa. Appreciate your face. Dream journal in Japanese. Not with the double M, right? Yume? Yume Nikki? Yeah. I'll try and number them from now on so I don't confuse you if you're a multi-message. I mean, if you're... I think as long as you're sending them to me... I don't see anything, like, not coming through. I am using, like, a chat relay, though. So if it does drop something and I'm not reading your full message, I apologize. It's not my fault. It's the tech I'm using. But I try not to skip anything. I'm just reading everything in order as I receive it, but through the relay. They ran into trouble a few years back because of some crap with the manufacturer over a Robotech tabletop game they'd crowdfunded. Palladium ended up holding the bag, and Robotech kicked them off the license and forced them to sell their stock and destroy what they didn't sell? What the hell? I think Palladium Books got a lot of unfair criticism over what happened because the screw-up wasn't their fault. They just had to take responsibility for it. That sucks. Lame. I might have to switch to Twitch. Why? What's going on? What's happening on... Is my YouTube feed doing okay? I can always use more YouTube viewers, so I hope you don't have to switch. Is there something secret over here? Feels like I shouldn't be able to go to these sides. So I'm like just looking for sneaky secret stuff. Tires, cars. All right, let's go in here. The YouTube feed is not bonita. I mean, I'll say this, between the two platforms, most people really prefer YouTube's video quality. Most people really prefer Twitch's chat. I hate it because I'd love to, you know, say, here's the one place you can find me that does the best of everything. But, yeah, I feel like there's no one best of everything platform right now. A photo of someone familiar. Oh, it looks like a shrine. So that's kind of weird. What happened? It disappeared. Spooky. Stream on Kick? I am on Kick. Munish, you didn't know? Let me take a pause. Let's pause for the newer people. I know it's scary, right? I stream on 5.5 different platforms. So every time I stream, you will find me on Trovo. You will find me on Kick. You will find me on YouTube. You will find me on YouTube Shorts if you prefer vertical streams instead of horizontal, depending on what device you're watching from. I stream on Instagram, but that crashes after an hour right now. Usually I'm able to stream there for 4 hours, but it's been weird lately. And I stream on Twitch. So you can find me in the place that you prefer the best out of all of those, and I am there. I'm on PC, so it isn't too difficult. Oh, excellent. Oh, sorry. I skipped a message that you did send that I did read, which is why I'm going to pull up your chat on Twitch and watch on YouTube. Hey, I mean, if I get double your engagement out of this, one, you give me twice the ad revenue if you have, if you don't use an ad block or anything. Two, you also increase my discoverability by placing me on watch in multiple platforms, because Twitch absolutely ranks streamers based on how many people are live watching. And so if I have less people, I show up lower on the list for a given game or genre or whatever. And if I have more people watching, I will get more people watching, which is kind of weird. And YouTube just, it feeds me to more new people. It puts me in more algorithms, the more people that watch the live streams. Yeah, so it's good stuff. It's all, I mean, it's all good. Everything's good. Rush. Long time no see. How we doing? I have no stacks. I hope somebody else has snacks for Rushdell, because Rush deserves snacks because he's a good bean. How are we doing? Bam, take a sub. Well, thanks, Immersive. Appreciate your face. Okay, well, that was a spooky thing that disappeared on us, and we're just going to keep walking through spooky stuff. What is that big pile? What about this? Cans? A life gem. See, we didn't need to buy it. As soon as we were introduced to it, the game just starts giving it to you for free, which also makes me feel like at the end of this corridor, we're gonna fight a boss. Troa's got your snacks. What are we giving Rushdell for snackage tonight? Ghost. Welcome to this side of the stream. Now you're everywhere. Thanks for the follow. Oh, we're back out the other side. I definitely feel like we're amping up for like a boss fight or something. It's bound to happen. Can we squeeze between these cars? And is there something? Nope. Guess not. We're gonna fight this though. I'll fight you? Let's fight. Let's fight. One mixtape? I guess. You know we got new items and stuff. This is not gonna be good for you. This music is so happy making. It's a really great soundtrack. We're doing a lot more damage. A lot more. That poor thing. Just because we leveled to level 6. But Rushy, I'm about to get into the cheesecake. Oh, snap. Do you all hear it? I got Oz. She really was craving cheesecake the other day. I tried something new because she's also like trying to be a little bit more mindful about eating like such heavy stuff late at night. And so I found her a whipped cheesecake, which is, you know, just a little bit on the lighter side, but still has that great cheesecake flavor. And this one is particularly on the tangy side, which we both really like. We like things with like a bit of sour, a bit of nuance, a bit of like, it's not just like gushingly sweet stuff. And it's Dolly Parton brand. Who doesn't love Dolly Parton? She's like the last late great, like everybody loves this bean in just American people that we love. I think there's a couple more that will backfill the Betty White and Dolly Parton everybody loves them seats. I think the next in line would probably be Brendan Fraser and Keanu Reeves. You don't need that live jam until you regret not having one. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Reba's no slouch? Really? I need to, I guess I don't interact with her that much. Dolly, I adore. Pink is another. I've seen some good stuff about Pink. I have friends who really, really love her, but I just haven't, I don't engage with her content or her quotes or her interviews much either. It's really funny on my side because I use Opera. Your stream on YouTube is just overlaid atop the Twitch. Nice. That's how you do it. That's a good way. And Troy, yes, I will take the cheesecake. Excellent. Rushdell will leave my family alone and stop haunting my house and stop demanding blood sacrifices because you fed him cheesecake. I haven't listened to country music since I was 11 years old. I don't listen to country. I'm in a very specific niche with my music right now. I'm narrow, and I usually like a wide array of different music and different eras, all the way back to like the 20s and 30s and into modern music. And I feel like people of my age and gray-hairedness stop listening to new music. So I'm a little bit weird in that I still like finding new artists and listening to new sounds, but I also appreciate stuff way, way older than me, way older than, you know, a lot of my family, a lot of my alive family. And that's just me. But right now I'm like niched down. There's like a few sounds that like really light me up, and a lot of other stuff just sort of falls flat right now. But country's not really there for me. Not right now. I could get healed there if I wanted to. How are we doing everybody's health? Pretty good, since the Kool-Aid guy's healy-dealy. Kel's just a little bit hurt, but that's not a big deal. Hi. Dial up, yeah? Yep. Kel keeps not finding stuff. All right, let's beat you up. Big bada boom. Yeah, we're doing better damage. Everybody is. Oh, Omori just like slayed. That thing had no chance. My family says I have an old soul a lot because of my music taste. I feel like old movies, old music, old fashion, there's a charm in there and there's good stuff to be grabbed from it. We should never like forget where things went really well in our culture, and there's no harm or weirdness in like bringing stuff along that you really love. I think it's good, because otherwise you might miss out on something that's already been invented if you don't go explore and see what's there. Sweet lemonade. Sweet lemonade. Oh, not in toys. It feels like that would be a lower health sort of thing. So let's just take a look. So, oh, it's juice. Oh, right. Juice gives you juice. I remember that. 80% of heart. That's a lot of sodium. I like ramen, though. I don't care if it's high in sodium. It's so tasty. You can tell I play this game too much because I know how much hit point the dial-up had. Exactly. That's intense. I don't love anything that much. There is not a thing in this world I've played that much that I would memorize the hit points of. I'm a tourist in everything in life. I very, very much do not deep dive into any IP or band or game or movie or nothing. Hey, that's what I really wanted to see. Healy dealy, a perfect roasted chicken. Heck yeah, I'd like to eat some. Get that heel on. Let's talk to Mari. Hey everyone, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. I cleared out the junk here and found a perfectly good roasted chicken. I hope we didn't just get botulism. See, Omar, cleaning has its benefits. Wait, what? Why are you putting me on blast? Because I don't clean. Yep. I need to set an example for my sometimes messy little brother. Now, I wonder if she's really a sister or if this is just a colloquialism. I think I mentioned that before. Because there are cultures where calling somebody like, you know, big sister, little brother is just like what you do even if you're not actually like related to the person, you know? This music discussion reminds me of a movie I watched recently that rocketed to my top 5 instantly. Really? I mean, if you get me talking on music, I will just go off. Because even though I'm not like a deep dive person on any one particular IP, I know a lot about music. Oh, see you on the other side of that. Know a lot about music and musicianship and the industry and music theory and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Let's pause here so that people in the cheap seats on Twitch can catch back up with the rest of the stream. I'm not gonna lie, I almost did not stream tonight. When we were going through bedtime routine with the littles, I was like struggling to keep my eyes open, to keep alert and awake. And I do Mandarin drills with whichever kid I'm putting to bed. That's another thing. I don't know if I mentioned this, but because we have 2 kids and me and Oz, we switch off who does whose bedtime routine. We're all 4 together in the same room doing, we've been studying like science at the end of the night. And then after science, we like listen to music and maybe watch some light videos and maybe do some drilling on either like math, reading, or just math or reading. But it's all like light. It's like not like we're sitting and doing homework right before bed, because that would be crazy. But we just like do stuff on apps. It's kind of like light and fun and gamified learning right before bed, because then I feel like you go to sleep and you've got that like new knowledge in your brain sort of thing. It's kind of a nice wholesome activity. We focus on education at the end of the night as opposed to
Immersive Sinner just subscribed. Fan number 2 for the night.
Hey, thanks for the Prime sub. 2 months. Thank you very much. And welcome to ad-free viewing, so you don't have to get stuck in these breaks where everybody else, where I'm like pausing and waiting for, you know, everyone to come back from break. Now you get to hear what we're all talking about on this side of things. So anyway, we have all this like education kind of at the end of the night sort of thing. But even though we're all four together in the same room, engaged in sort of a broader sense, Oz takes one and I take the other. And then the next night we switch, and the next night we switch back. And so each one gets like a parent's full attention, full cuddles, full telling stories back and forth and being silly and just having like a full experience without having to share that parent. And then the next night they do it with the next parent, you know? So I think it's like a cool, I think it's good, our system, but I was struggling to keep my eyes open. And we were doing some really heavy Mandarin drilling tonight, and I was just like almost not able to be there for support. And I feel like the little, she was struggling. Her Mandarin comprehension and her English comprehension were both super low tonight. I'm like, I think you're just really super tired, and maybe reading and translating work this late, like, you're just so tired. But she's like, I want to finish this lesson. So I'm like, all right. But then I was super tired and I was having trouble like helping her. I almost didn't make it to stream, but then I did. Okay. Let's back this up. I will save. I promise. I will. I promise you I will save this game. Did you just do a lemonade, sweet lemonade reference? I did. This kind of stuff just like lives in my head rent free. That's the stuff that takes up all of my space. Thank you, Karen.
I'm right as the mail.
And it just comes out of my mouth. So it's like a weird glitch where just random memory banks will fire off and I'll have stuff that is maybe appropriate, maybe inappropriate, but relevant, and maybe not even relevant. Just spit out of my mouth at random at times. That's just how my brain do. I haven't gone that far, but I bought the Omori plushie and pre-ordered the vinyl soundtrack. That's pretty far. I don't have merch from games. I don't buy merch. I also have only recently been somewhat solvent to like having a family and a roof and food and a vehicle and all this sort of stuff. That was not consistent in the vast majority of my life. I've been everything from like living in a 3-room shack with 2 other family members to living out of a car to like the fact that I'm here is impressive as it is. So yeah, I don't have an extensive background in being able to buy merch. This game was made in America? Yeah, I think so. Isn't this made by an American? I missed out on doing it for the Switch, and it's only on PS4 now. I might just spend the $300 scalper price for the tiny piano in the collector's edition. Dang, that's quite the scalper price. It's called Perfect Days. It's not focused on the music, but the role it plays in the daily life of the protagonist is a big part of the movie. Did they like listen to music and it like becomes, what's the word? When it like, the music is in the world and it's not just like a soundtrack that's being played by an omniscient narrator, but like the person's actually listening to the music. Diatonic, is that the right term? Diogenic? I forget the term. We looked it up on another stream. Munish, who be trolling? Diegetic? Yeah, is that the word? Also, your usual reminder to no spoilers nor backstating unless statement explicitly asks for it. Rush, your best being. This is why we pay you the big bucks around here. I'm just being silly because he has it available. Oh, yeah, appreciate it. In situ. Oh, yeah. Situ? Is that right? I'm pressing right? Situ? I'm here once more. My brain is fried and my hands are murdered. What'd you do to your hands? Why? What did your hands ever do to you? Maybe don't answer that. I can't believe something happens to someone. What is that even mean? You were circle clicking? Yeah, I don't know if I know what that is or if I need to know what that is. Okay, let's have a picnic. Yeah. No, don't save just yet. I will save because you did do the thing. But first, let's have a picnic with the friends. Just have a nice experience. I just want to relax and take in the whole junkyard. This place is so gross and stinky. Yeah, I wanted this for you. I made you sit here and do a picnic in this. My nose can't take it anymore. My nose couldn't either. I have a really sensitive nose. I do not like smells. I do not like smells other people like too. I'm just really picky and nose centric.
What's the rush, Aubrey? There's so much treasure around. I'm gonna swipe as many cans as I can.
See what he did there?
Oh, and then afterwards, we should recycle them at a recycling machine. I'm sure we passed by one on the way to Spade's boyfriend's place. Forget cans. We gotta find that special mixtape and get out of here. Hang in there, Aubrey. You'll get past this. If anything, just think about all the good recycling will do for the environment. Yeah, come on, Aubrey. Do it for the environment.
Okay. That it? Okay. That's that. The protagonist is a toilet cleaner who lives in Tokyo. His life is super simple. He's really content, and it's kind of a slice of life movie. Okay, interesting. Listen to a lot of cassette tapes in his vehicle, which is a bit of an anachronism even in Japan. It's a nice part of his personality. I like that. I like stories where they give characters like interesting quirks. That it's not just I feel like some movies try to cut straight to the emotions that matter, that drive the story, or the character traits that push story. And instead of focusing on things that like round out or add flavor or life to a character. Quentin Tarantino gets a lot of heat for sort of just like focusing a little too heavy on like the violence and action and like long, weird, quippy, overly witty dialogue from people that shouldn't have that level of wit. But he does also add good characterization to people so that you learn something about their lifestyle and like how they are when they're not being witty and not killing. You learn something else about them. And I appreciate that in the way he writes characters or writes their, physication of other things that they do. I freaking love the movie. I'd be interested to see it. Definitely. It's a rhythm game. That's all you must know. Gotcha. Bans your Club Penguin account. Is it a Club Penguin thing? I feel the murder hands. My elderly cat had a bit of an episode when I was giving her meds. Oh no. She attacked my left hand. It's not pretty. Gnarly bite wound on my index finger. Oof. Oh, I hate when kitties are like, just, especially the older ones. Sometimes I feel like maybe they are just extra touchy or because they're senescence or something. Like sometimes they just really do something out of character. And I also just don't like being punctured. But I love our kitties. Also, you've already made more progress in this stream than the last two combined. How dare you? No, it's true. But I mean, tell me, do you really want to would you really want to watch somebody play through a game like this and not talk and not engage with their audience? I don't think that's streaming. I know obviously there's a whole bunch of, honestly, I do feel like the vast majority of people that try live streaming, what they really want to do is they want to sit down and play video games. Their focus is, I game already. What if I gamed and sometimes people gave me a sub and I did it just, I turned on the camera, but I used the time that I would already use to sit down and play my video games, and I just got a camera and sometimes I make a little bit of side cash. That's what I feel like the vast majority of people do. And I also think that's maybe why the statistics for content creators are so abysmal. They say something like only 4% of content creators ever make enough money to have it be considered a job. Like an actual, I can afford my rent and food and stuff with doing what we're doing. Hello? Hi, everybody. What's good, you beautiful beans? Welcome on in. This is a raid, it turns out. We're just vibing. We're chilling out at the picnic here, playing some Omori. That's part of why you made sure to wash all those blankets I packed with your Prezi box. Oh, yeah. Love that. Smell is a big thing for us. Death to Os. Project Sekai is better? What is that? Y'all got that Muse Dash? Muse Dash. Eco Crushing in the house. We're here to steal my cook. You better not steal Rushdell's cookies, because you know what happens if Rush doesn't have his snacks. Let's do a quick shout out for those of you that don't know who Nico is. One, he's the reason I'm a streamer. Two, he's the reason I have a day job that actually provides for my family. And three, he's the reason I have a friend, because Nico's a really, really close friend. And just, you know what? No. What a downplay. Nico is family. Non-blood related family. The kiddos call him uncle. The fam just loves the crap out of him. We miss him. And we can't wait to hang out in person again. And this is the kind of stream that you can expect from his channel. Only on Twitch for now. So we get him to convert to multi-streaming as well. Hello? Where's the stream?
Let's put this back before someone else gets hurt.
Oh yeah, look, new item, Nico.
What's this?
Duck bucket.
Murder!
No. Judas.
Why?
Betrayal. Such betrayal. Hi, guys. How is Strem? Let me catch up to everybody's chat now that you all scrolled a whole bunch of chat going on. What were we playing tonight? You're playing one of the older Final Fantasies, yeah? 10? Are you in 10 right now? Not complaining, to be fair. I'm still here for the chats. Good, because that's why I'm here too. I tried playing it once, but my mobile device couldn't handle it. What are we talking about? Oh, these games? These, like, penguin... Club Penguin games. Lost, my fearless leader. Hi and welcome. Lady Nico, how we doing? Copied the wrong fucking one? Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. We won't judge you. I hear Nico is a pretty cool dude. I mean, I won't inflate his head too much, but literally everybody I know thinks he's pretty cool. Literally everybody we meet that we both know these people, they all vouch for him. You could even say he's a family guy. I mean, he's family to us. Yeah. And he has a cute pupper who's the actual star of his show. So much betrayal in Repo, because it's funny. Don't lie. You like dying. There's something about getting murdered by one of your friends that feels appropriate for that world. Disclaimer, streams are family friendly. That is not true. How dare you? We're not family friendly. He's not family. Nobody I know does a family friendly. Agree about Kato? Hell yeah. It's like the secret take about Iron Man that really Jarvis is Iron Man and Toadie's just a megalomaniac who likes to sit in the suit and play at being a superhero. Kato's the real Nico crushing around here. Only thing I hold against Nico is he got me into Final Fantasy IV. Wait, how did that happen? Toadie, maybe I never heard this, like, origin story. Did you really... Were you not playing before you met Nico? I need to finish up my setup for the next session where the players are entering the City of Marauders. Good stuff. City of Thieves... Oh, Marauders, City of Thieves, and Killers. Should be fun. Good stuff. No family-friendly streamers around here. By the way, yeah. I don't know why I don't do this enough. and I'm gonna start changing for the better. Pause that music. We also need to shout out We So Punny because Kit is an amazing streamer as well. And if you're not following her channel, please do so.
Hey, okay, do we think she's in here?
Hey, Grandma, can you tell me a story?
Jesus Christ, on a bicycle, that was loud.
Why the echo?
Yeah.
What is this? Like
I'm getting a 0 on the EMF.
super creepy Phasmo? Oh, is it that one demon game? I watched Oz and Mary play it like once or twice and then they gave it up. But is it that one where it's like demon summoning sort of thing in like a Phasmo kind of world build? Nico got me interested. I think it was Xander gave me the final point. Oh, I blame on both. Yeah. Demonologist. Yes, that's the one. How is it? Is it good? Did it get better? I feel like it kind of had a rough launch. And I know like everybody who started playing it, like pretty much quickly shelved it. And then I never saw anybody that I knew who initially played it come back to it again. Yeah, it is a Phasmo-like game. Took so much of my time and money. Final Fantasy, I mean, yeah, I feel ya. That's such a good game. Okay, so let's get whatever's up here. And then let's save. I know you redeemed save a while back. I promised we'd do it. Level 6. I like Demonologist over Phasmo. Ghost Chasers is fun too. I've never seen that one. I think Phasmo for me, it got... No, I just saved. Munish, how dare you? Unless that's just lag. I did it. I did the thing. We did a save. I liked Phasmo when everybody was new and it was easy to make mistakes. But then I took a break and Oz and a bunch of her friends got really good at it. And then playing with a bunch of people who are good at the game, it loses a lot of its charm. Phasmo is a game that's fun because of the chaos. And when you don't know what's happening and you panic and people like play it badly, it's more interesting when everybody grabs exactly what they need from the truck and dashes out and the salt's already there and there's the crucifix and here's the place with the green laser scanner and everybody's like, okay, well, I already just saw this. I took a picture of the bone and so we're getting an extra $200 and okay, well, it's got to be this or, well, we're gonna have to test for one more thing because it's A or B and the only way to test for A or B, let's go back to the truck and let's grab this other item and then we're gonna go bring it in. And it was just like fast, too fast. When you know people that are good at Phasmo, everything is a routine then. It's like you're clocking in at a job you know really well and you just do all the things. I don't know. I mean, I play Final Fantasy 14. You get into the same dungeons and boss fights and stuff and you've got the mechanics memorized and your character's only got so many skills that you're doing and some of them are combos, so you're literally just pressing like 3 buttons in a row. Or with the new jobs, you press one button over and over again and it changes to the next ability. I guess in the end, all games are like this. Once you've learned the game, it's just... Now you're just going through the motions. Okay, so we're saved. We're fed. We've got full everything. Let's move on. I feel like we're going to fight a boss. Oh, that looks like a boss. I think this is a boss. You're a boss. You've got flames. You're brighter than everybody else. You look angry at me. And I got a rubber band. We're gonna fight you. Big bada boom. Let's have these 3 fight, but then Hero, you're not incredibly strong, but maybe we do a rubber band on you. Doom box. Nice. All right. Let's fight. So much damage. Wow, it's a lot of damage. That's actually really good. We're so happy. Oh, damn. Oh, I thought I thought we were fighting like a boss. Or did we just... I don't really think we stopped to like grind in this game per se. But that thing just... Oh, learned Muck? Well, we leveled up. We absolutely decimated that guy. Maybe we're just fighting harder enemies up here? Maybe that wasn't a boss. Wait, what are dead batteries? Are those also recyclable? Probably not. Is it a recyclable material? Oh, hey, twin quims. Look at that. That's just an enemy. Whoops. Well, rubber bands are not too not too rare. I totally felt like we fought something so cool though. A computer part. Is that also recyclable? Yeah, it is. Neat. Let him think it was a boss. How dare you? It was kind of a rhetorical question. You didn't need to answer me. Stop killing your damn plants time. Troa, I know you love on your plants. You will do them justice. Hello. You're just a regular mixtape. I feel like these enemies are now getting too easy. Now that we're all level 7, we're just gonna trounce stuff. Holy cow, look at the damage we're dishing out now. That's insane. We're scaling up in damage so high. Literally just 2 levels ago, we were doing so much less damage. Interesting. Interesting. I love plants. So does Troa. Troa loves his plants, at least. As far as I know. I love plants. We have a very verdant household. Our backyard's got lots of lovely plants. We have a little side garden in the side yard. Lots of good stuff. This is a game in which if you grind for levels, you can demolish everything. Gotcha. That's good to know. And I like that because I also don't like feeling stuck. Like as a streamer, if I'm playing a game alone, I'm off stream and it's just for me. It's just for pleasure gaming. If I get stuck or if I die multiple times, like I might get frustrated or I might get upset, but like I'll persist and I'll like try harder and you know, try to memorize and learn the game. I don't feel like a pressure about it, but as a streamer, being bad at a game, I get like a social pressure because I get this feeling like if you watch me loop through the same content 5 times, 10 times, and I'm like not getting it and I'm not good and it's not like this game, you just gain experience, so you'll get better whether you learn the game or not. You'll just eventually get stronger, right? But in some games, I've struggled on stream and I always feel gross. Like I want to provide more better content for you than you watching me die repeatedly to something that I'm just not catching on to. And yet I'm playing the Myst series on Saturdays, and some of that's just me like wandering around the same devoid world, praying that I'll stumble upon the next clue. I'll stub my toe on something, be like, oh, it's this. This is what I've been looking for the last 5 hours. This game's bosses have great music, so I don't care. Nice. Damien, buddy, pal. Most of us are not here for the game. I know. Obviously, if you were here for game, you would have exited out of my community. You would have found stage left and like peaced out a long time ago. If you were here just for games, you've been like, D, you're a rock star, but you're not for me. We took a little bit of damage. Let's just go back. Let's just cheese this. The chicken's literally right here. We're just gonna get a little bit of our health back, and then the next fight's gonna be that much, you know, better off. And yes, we're gonna also save again because we're right here. Why not? Why not? The enemies don't seem to respawn at all. So you clear an area, you're good. Glass bottle. Okay, that's ominous right there. That crack right there in the middle with the big thing at the very top. What's going on there? Bubble wrap. Fun. Is bubble wrap? That's got to be something I could use in combat, right? Is it? It's not here. Wait, it's not a snack. It's not important. Is it something I could equip? Is it like a weapon? No, she just got a weapon. Couldn't be hers. Kel? Rubber ball. Oh, damn. I was hoping bubble wrap would be like a... It's a charm? Therapeutic packaging. Defense +3. Wait, I kind of want to give this to... Kel does have the lowest health. Kel, you deserve better than this watch. I remember a stream where you spent... Oh, wait, who just lurked? Lurk for a while. Catch you kids later. Thanks, Uncle Nico. Thanks for being here. Flying around in circles in front of us. We did so much flying around in circles. That's true. I remember a stream where you spent 3 hours in the same room. It was great. Yeah, I think there's been so many now, honestly. The first time it really dawned on me, like it really hit hard. I think it might have been Mother 2. I think we might have been in the cloud area where you meet Pooh. And we were literally just like in his throne room for hours. And I was just kind of like parkouring, just like walking, not parkouring in that game, but like, you know, just like running back and forth in circles and stuff. And we were just, the chat was so good. We had such a good conversation that who cares about the game? But yeah, I also remember Lady Nico just flying me around in circles and circles and circles on the moon and Final Fantasy 14. And we just had like just another great chat. I blame you guys for being so entertaining. Hopefully I'm, you know, moderately as entertaining as you guys. And the soap-based thing too. I was waiting for somebody to be pissed off. For somebody to either DM me or leave a comment on my video or my VOD or something and be like, hey, D, don't ever talk for that long about food. About one food item and what it's called ever again. What a waste of my time. I think everybody had a fun time. I was lighthearted about it. Jam was lighthearted about it. We had a good, it was just, yeah, it's very pleasant. I would do that again. Probably not exactly about that word, but you know. Or like a wizard's sanctuary is another description. Oh, sorry, I skipped your previous chat up there. I've been told my place is a balance between plants, books, and tech. That is like a wizard sanctuary. Like a green thumb wizard, a green witchery sort of place. Absolutely. We're just a bit chatty. You know what? We're the best community. I've said it so many streams before and I'll say it again. I've been in other people's chats. I've hung out with some really thoughtful and interesting people. And I read the people in their chats chat. And this is really one of the best ones. So many chats are full of like people just simping for the creator, which is whatever. Or going off on their own tangent, hoping that the creator just like sits and reads their dissertation on something that they're passionate about, but they're like aspy about it. You know, they're not engaged with the rest of the chat. The rest of chat might be talking about like 5 different topics and they're still stuck on one thing. And I feel like we're more engaged, more empathetic, more thoughtful, have better, deeper chats than like almost anywhere else I've ever seen. More critical or critiquing. You guys are just great. Thank you for being here. You mean sopes? You don't mean sopes, you mean sopes. I'm just kidding. Botanist? No, Tro is much more than a botanist. He's also very techie, very skilled with tech, with computers and programming and the whole shebang. And yeah. And yeah, it's just, he's hard to encapsulate in one word. Thank you for the lurk, Toady. Tro's place sounds like where a protagonist would wake up in a post-apocalyptic game. Yes! A place where you've like been healed by salves and you have, you know, wrappings on your arm or your grievous wounds across your chest that were going to be fatal, but you wake up instead. You thought that was the end of your story. You wake up and you're in Tro's lair. And he's like, oh, good of you to join us. So, how are you going to avoid doing that again? I can totally see that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, shit. Kel was going to wear the bubble wrap. Better defense. And the gold watch, I don't know why this would go to anybody specifically, but I guess Hero's gonna wear it. There's no stats. It's just for shiggles. Maybe we sell it later on, but gold is in quotes, so I don't even know that it would sell for a whole heck of a lot. What would you climb up this for? Nothing. I was just curious. Maybe it would trigger an event or something. Let's go into this little side room. And wait, hello? Where are we? Oh, you can't fight us. You're stuck over there. Hi guys. Hang on, before I talk to those guys guarding that door, because that seems kind of weird and sus. Can we enter this big main area first? Hello? Are we gonna fight a boss? Are we gonna fight a boss?
Ow, what the? What gives?
I think this needs to happen first.
Well, what do you know? There's a weak point on its head.
Yeah?
I can recognize one of those anywhere. Let's try throwing something at it. I'm sure that'll work.
What are we... Oh, interesting.
That platform there looks like a good place to throw from.
Okay.
Tag me, I got this.
This feels weird. This feels kind of weird. Oh, crap. Why do I mix up their hairstyles? All right. I love their little Polaroids. That's so cute. Okay. Toss. Did it work? Oh, snap. It exploded. Well, that was fun. Fun little diversion. What's in here then? There's more level. Oh, okay. This looks like... Wait. I don't know. Well... This is a job for Morty, right? I don't know. We have divergent paths now, and I'm confused and don't know what I should do first or next. You got can. Like, there's the other path right there with the two guys. Oh, they moved. They moved to the side now. Interesting. I feel like that's the next place to go, though, for sure. But I kind of want to explore everything around here first. Poetry book. Hello? Oh, hang on. Is that going to be a weapon? No. Would you use it? No. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon. A toy? Poetry book. Oh, yeah. Sad words strung together inflict sad on a friend or foe. Oh, no. It's sad poetry. I guess there's more loot around here. But now I kind of want to go into that other door over there, too. Let's see what we got. Oh, got another rubber band, too. I guess it was okay that we used that rubber band up. I just want to get all the loot. I'm such a loot goblin. Yeah. Kill speed fell. Man, these guys do not survive to do damage to me anymore. I feel so bad. Glass bottle. We're going to be so rich after this place, too. We're making all the moolah. I see another loot box down there. Another loot melon. Cherry soda. Holy cow. We're getting so much good stuff. Wait. Oh, the mixtape tape whiffed? It tried to do damage. It wasn't able to do any damage. Well, I guess we can keep just racking up the free EXP around here. Confetti. That's got to be a toy, right? Small squares of colorful paper. Inflicts happy on all friends. Aww. How sweet. Okay. So it looks like there's a lot of other like sub rooms up through here though. So I kind of want to check out. Let's go back. Let's check out the room with the guards. Cuz now this sort of feels like important side questy sort of thing. They did move out of the way. Gator guy. Over.
Kick.
Over. Why are you so... What's so funny? Wait, what's going on in here? Why is this so creepy? Why is it creepy? Hey, Kel. Why don't you climb up here and toss something at the Scarethrow? They call me Scarethrow. I am stuck in the ground. Throw things at me and hear a strange sound. Oh, this is weird. I don't like this. Is that it? Wasn't that fun? Come again another day and try again.
Why? I don't get it. What the heck is this for?
Why are the gators so laffy daffy about? Okay. Hey, thanks for those sounds. Was this like a secret sound test room or something? Yeah, I feel it's a little bit weird about that. Oh, that flamey guy is back again. Can we kill you so that... Let's take him out. Oh, it's 2 enemies. Well, this shouldn't be 2 enemies. Brutal. We're just brutalizing them. Oh, Doombox got angry. Okay, when we don't use things like rubber bands, it does last a little bit longer. But not terrible. We should still be able to take it out without taking too significant of damage. Oh yeah, that was pretty quick and easy. And the mixtapes are inconsequential now. Today, I really craved Thai food. We got some delicious Thai food from the local Thai eatery. We had been going there since they opened. Because we had a Thai place in our neighborhood that was just like... just stuff in styrofoam clamshells that felt kind of like it'd been under a heat lamp for a while, sort of Thai food. Like, it tasted like some of the right spices, but I wouldn't call it like particularly great. And when this place opened up, we tried it and it was like, oh my gosh, this is like real homemade Thai. This is really good stuff. But because we're always with the kids, we don't have anybody to watch them or anything like that, so we're always with them. We order the food without any real spice of consequence, and we had been doing that for like a couple years, and the food's always been good. You know, no complaints. We're not saying it's bad without spice. It's just, you know, Oz and I like spicy. Oz likes some spicy. I like quite spicy, rather spicy. But we just relegated to the notion that, you know, we're parents and our kids don't really like hot things, and that's okay. We can live with that. And then the last time we were there, Oz was like, excuse me, to one of the servers, like, what is that other table has? And oh, it's like a spice caddy. You know, you bring like a set of 3 different spices over to your table. You make the food as hot as you want. So you could, like many Thai places, you can order the food hot ahead of time and they make it that way. Or you can get the spice caddy that we didn't know about. And we're like, could we please have the spice caddy? And we added it to our food, and I was just like, oh, that's kind of hot. But for me, I was like, oh my God, I'm newly in love with this place. Like, I loved the food liked the food pretty well, but now I like love the food. And today I was craving the spice so much. I made the entire lining of my mouth puff up in inflammation. I added so much heat, like the good stuff, the authentic Thai homemade chili oil to all of my food, every bit of it. And it was amazing. I almost want more, but it's like in the middle of the night right now, and I will make my sleep awful, and I already feel like I will, in the morning, regret what I did to myself. And so if I have more of it, I will increase the regret even higher. These mixtapes are just upset with lowering Kel's speed. They only have one ability. Why is that they only want to fight Kel's speed and nothing else? It's so weird, right? I like nice spicy. Yeah. What do you consider spicy? I'm not sure how to equate it because every place is different. Like if I say, you know, on a scale of 1 to 5, I like it as a 3.5. That might mean something different to places you go versus places I go. So maybe I guess what I could say is like ghost pepper flavored stuff is too hot for me. But habanero flavors or like habanero level of spicy is good. That's like the high end. Like if I have hotter than habanero, I can withstand more heat than that. But what I think happens is the heat starts to deaden some of the flavor to me, and then I get upset that it's overwhelmingly detracting from the other flavors of the dish. You know what I mean? Spice should be an accent to the flavors of a meal and not numbing to the other stuff. Although I really like numbing spice too. That's not spicy spice, but like Sichuan peppercorns. I see a wild Oz has appeared. But I really like the peppercorns they use in thank you. That they use in Sichuan foods because there's like a numbing effect. There's some Indian foods that do this too. Anise does this to some degree. Some scallion does this to some degree too. Who are you chatting with? Cool. What? Cool. Just saying hi to some folks. Yeah, so if you know anything about where a roughly the level of an habanero pepper is, I'd say higher than that. While I have the heat tolerance for it, I don't like it. All the other flavors start to mute down. And lower than habanero is fine too, and I like it. I like everything that's like when things get labeled mild, like in the grocery store, mild is not spicy to me at all. I can have mild and it feels like they've not added any spice. But medium is where I start to taste spice. So like you get a medium paste salsa or something like that. Or pico de gallo. Where they say it's medium, I start to taste the spice. And then up to and including habanero. And then anything lower and anything higher, not really my jam. What do you guys think? What about you? Share with me how you do your spice. I like no spicy, says Corruptional. No spicy at all. Mayo is too spicy. Mustard is like never. What do you mean by no spicy? We always had that at the Thai restaurant we went to, the 4 jars, and there's crushed peanuts. I would love to have crushed peanuts on most of my foods. And there's the sambal olek. What is that? I don't know if I've had that. Just a little spice for me. Even fresh jalapenos are too much for me. Depends on the fresh jalapeno. Like I've been to places where, so Oz and I really like pho, but we also don't eat mammals. So we go to a place that does vegetarian pho. We're pescatarian, we'll eat fish, but I don't know anybody that does like a seafood version of pho, which is kind of a shame. Like Vietnam's got so much coastline, you'd think that you'd have great fish soups as famous as pho. But usually at the pho places we go to, and the one that we go to right now regularly has sliced jalapenos, and you can put them in the soup, and half the time I'll munch on them, and there's just like green and spicy, and adds, you know, that fresh jalapeno flavor, and it's tasty. And then sometimes I'll have one, and it looks like the same jalapeno as the one I had the last time we went, and it's like hot, like really quite hot. And even for me, I'm like, whoa, you know, oof, that suddenly amped up the spice quite a bit. So I feel like jalapenos are like really ambiguously spicy. They're like a Bean Boozled challenge of the chili pepper world. There's one Thai restaurant in San Diego that's famous for their spicy. I usually got 0 or 1. Gotcha. So they'll like kick your ass if you put anything too high. Places around here I can get 3, no problem. Gotcha. On a scale of like what? Like to 5 or 6? The crispy chili oil is so good. That's the stuff for me. Yeah. It's like oily and has the dark red roasted chilies and all the seeds. And it's just like this floating substrate, and you like mix it up with a tiny spoon. Yeah, that's my jam. Scallion oil is so good. I don't know that I've had that. That sounds good too. We used ground ghost pepper stuff before and Carolina Reaper stuff. Dang. But my partner prefers the taste of habaneros, so the last thing I got was some ground habanero. We also moved on to using actual peppers and tried serranos, then habaneros in our cooking. You guys like real spicy. That's amazing. You've got me beat hands down. If habaneros is just something just for taste, but you go way hotter. Oof. Now, were you always into hot foods, Kara? Like, is that something that you have? What's the word I'm looking for? Like, you were introduced to them young, so acclimated. That's the word. Were you acclimated to them like young, or like? Just curious how you get that kind of heat tolerance. I don't necessarily want that heat tolerance. Might be like burned through my bowels like alien blood. You made me get out my medium salsa and tortilla chips. Nice. I don't remember the last time I had mayo or mustard. I can handle very, very mild spice. Okay. All right. I prefer serrano or a Scotch bonnet pepper. I don't think I've had those before. I do like serranos. Sounds like your taste in spice is about in line with mine. Good stuff. Yeah. I like good heat, and I've had hotter stuff, and I just don't like it. I had like really great authentic Mexican food the first time in my life that I ever had it, because I grew up like kind of being around places where restaurants had Tex-Mex. My mom grew up in a mixed family where she learned how to make Mexican food, but her spice tolerance was not really there, so I never got the heat like you would get in Mexico. And so the first time I had like authentic Mexican cuisine, they asked if I liked spice, and I was like, I just want to try it, you know, the way you'd make it for you. And it like scalded my capsaicin sensors, and I like tried to like taste the underlying food, and I almost just didn't. It was so bereft of other flavors besides hot. It was so hot. And I was like, if I manage this, chew this right, and, you know, if I'm cautious, I can eat this. And my heat tolerance was like, you could do this. But I was just like I wasn't enjoying the food at that point. There's so much missing from whatever other flavors were in it. I have a bottle of ghost pepper hot sauce. It's a little too much for me, so I just use a drop. Yeah, I guess, you know, even if something is too spicy, you can always dilute it, you know, not have too much of it with the food on top. Yeah, my dad would eat habanero on their own like a snack. I've done that too. Yeah, I did that once. I was just like casually munching, not like munching on habaneros. Like, I'm not trying to like, you know, rip my intestines open, but I was like munching on an habanero just for, you know, just for the flavor, just like not chomping it down, but just like little nibbles at a time. And I kind of forgot what I was doing. Oz came home. This is like earlier in our relationship before we were married. She came home and I was like, hey, I'm home, and like came over for a kiss, and I thought nothing of it. Nothing. I just kissed her, and I committed biological warfare. Like, she tells this story like I tried to hurt her. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot that eating a pepper, just a roasted pepper on its own, that I was basically like smearing capsaicin lip gloss all over me, and then went in for a kiss completely, you know, oblivious of what I was going to do to her. Scotch bonnet peppers are used in Jamaican food. I want to try more Jamaican food. We have a pretty good, like Caribbean community or expatriate culture around Atlanta. And I just really haven't been in places where I can try the food much. I've had some few Jamaican recipes that I really liked, but I'd love to like really dive in and have like a broader introduction to everything. Especially like, again, island nations. As a pescatarian, there's probably great seafood that I just am missing out on. So they're slightly hotter than an habanero, and they have a much better flavor. Oh, that sounds so good. Used in jerk chicken. Use jerk seasoning with seafood. I can't imagine why you wouldn't be able to, right? It sounds so good. The spicy isn't why I'm not a fan. I just don't like the taste of peppers. I mean, that's fair. Peppers also have other flavor to them besides spice that, you know, it's not for everyone. Kara says, I've always liked hot foods at Buffalo Wild Wings. I used to get their blazing sometimes, but I don't get it often because my mouth would be burning, so it's a bit beyond what I can comfortably tolerate. Gotcha. But sometimes I'm in the mood for it. I will usually dip tenders on the side or something if I get it. That sounds good. I mean, I gave up chicken a long time ago, but I wonder if we could do something similar. I wonder what other things could benefit from like buffalo seasoning. Sounds really tasty. I ate pepperoncinis out of the jar. Yeah, I don't have problems with pepperoncinis. But no, you know what? I do, and this is the one thing. I find them a little too vinegary sometimes. Like sometimes the brine that they put those things in, it's like too tangy, sour, twingy. It's like so bright. I wish that they would go a little bit easy on the pickling part. And I like pickles. I like pickled everything. And kimchi. I love really good spicy kimchi too. But sometimes pepperoncinis can just be, I get overwhelmed by the flavor after a little bit. Unless they're like mixed in with the stuff. Granddaddy used to have a habanero or habanero patch. Sorry, I read the J as an H. Should be an H, which is unpronounced. Made jam from them? Amazing. Essentially just stuck a fork in, beat the jam off the fork, and whatever was left on was all I needed, or all he needed. That's cool. Seems silly to me, but hey, I guess that little hard kick is what he was looking for. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's the same thing with like horseradish, right? You don't like cake it on, just sometimes a little bit of flavor, like wasabi's the same way. There's some things that just like a little kick of something is really good. I found this out because I'm Finnish. I had to see if I had the Finnish tasting genes for Finnish salty licorice. And to me, in my head, when I was thinking about the flavor combination, I already like the black licorice flavor. So I was like, oh, mix that with like table salt. That actually sounds like it might be kind of an interesting, nuanced flavor. And then I tried my first salty licorice. And in Finland, they don't salt licorice with sodium chloride. They salt it with ammonium chloride. Have you ever smelled ammonium before, or ammonia? Have you ever smelled like a rotten fish before? When fish rots, it turns to ammonia. That gas off gases that scent. And it's sort of adjacent in my brain to like furniture lacquer. It's got this industrial solvent smell. And Finnish salty licorice the really salty stuff tastes kind of like you've dipped your tongue into some sort of wood polish or paint remover or something, plus the black licorice flavor. And you know what the fucked up part is? I like that flavor. And much like your granddaddy, I'm not gonna like fill my mouth with an, you know, just like a gob full of salty black licorice, but a little piece of it, just a little chew or like hard candy or whatever, it's good. And there's something about that taste like I'm knocking a little bit off the end of my life span to have this taste in my mouth. I don't know what it is, but culturally my tongue gets it and I do like it. And I'm not the only one. There's dozens of us from Finland that like this flavor. I don't eat much at all, and I don't really put too much thought into it. So my opinions on food are invalid. Interesting. I'm curious, what is it that, do you feel hunger? Do you just generally not feel that hungry? Or when you do feel hunger, do you feel like you are only interested in like limited foods? Do you know what ARFID is? Do you have something like that? Just kind of curious. You don't have to answer all those questions. It's very probing on my part. Is this a repeat fight, or have we just not played for like an hour? I think we just not played this particular fight for like an hour. But yeah, we fought this thing before. We fought one of these before. Yeah. I had to go to get the pepperoncini and eat it. You like the brine? I don't dislike all pickled veggie brines, but some are more off-putting than others to me. Sometimes jalapenos get this way too to me, pickled jalapenos. Sometimes they're just great and I just love the flavor with the pickling. I don't always care for fresh jalapenos. Sometimes I like the pickled kind. And sometimes the pickling is just as too vinegar and it detracts from everything else because it's so much of just one thing to me. It's radioactive. I love it. Particularly about my pickles. I really just like vinegar brine in my pickle. I don't mind it in pepperoncinis though. Oh, interesting. I love horseradish. I mix it with Kewpie? What's Kewpie? I don't know it. I only know Kewpie is like Kewpie doll. Yeah, Windex. I don't think Windex makes their... Does Windex still use ammonia? Or do they not do that anymore? Smells like piss. I think isn't there some animal piss? Some cat piss have an ammonium smell to it? Yeah, but not every animal offal has that smell. It's widely used as a fertilizer and in various industrial applications like galvanizing and soldering fluxes. It's also found in some cough medicines and is used in the production of certain batteries. And boy, it's great with black licorice. And I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. Yeah, I'm weird. Good thing you never got into huffing. Here's the thing. I'm a big control freak. I love having my own mental faculties. There have been very few times in my life where I have lost mental control, engagement with what I was doing, memory of an event, i.e. like Now, when people say blackout, maybe I just want to make sure I'm using the term right. When you hear somebody say like, "Oh, he was blackout drunk at the party," do you equate that to like he passed out on the floor and is unconscious, subconscious, or sleeping or whatever, like is basically out of commission and not moving? Or do you hear blackout drunk and mean like he's active and dancing and talking and stuff, but the next day when you asked him about it, he had no recollection of what happened? Because I've never like threw up on myself and passed out in the middle of a party, but I have come home from a party, gone to sleep, woke up the next morning, and parts of the party were gone. Like my memory was not, I don't remember. I remember up to a certain point, and then it was like I was heading home. Scary. And I don't like that feeling at all. So I don't like, I wouldn't like stuff that messes with the brain or like it involves mild asphyxiation from oxygen or like rewires the brain. I don't think I would ever be a good candidate for trying shrooms because literally everybody I've met, this is just my own small sample size. So don't take this as like, this is my gospel on shrooms, but this is why I'm scared of it. Every person I know who regularly used shrooms has a certain like way of thinking. I don't want to change my way of thinking. Plus, I don't like the way of thinking that these people all have adopted. It's not for me. Yeah. Googling the licorice actually says it's okay only in small doses. Yeah, well, obviously, if ammonia was really like bad for you, they wouldn't make it into a food product that they could then sell on shelves. But I have read that if you got like addicted to ammonium chloride salts, it's not good. Like there's no health benefits and there could be health detriments if you increased your consumption of it to a regular high level. Yeah. What's up? Well defined. Oh, seriously? You're one of those? Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to be talking to somebody for real. No, I generally don't care much as long as it is decently nutritious and not glorified poison. I mean, I appreciate that. For somebody that generally doesn't really care for food per se, I feel like a lot of people fall into just eating simple, fast, and cheap, convenient foods, which generally means in the US, anyways, if you're in the US, lots of carbs and an awful diet as a result. High triglycerides, high cholesterol, shitty COPD and blood and vein problems later on in life. Like you're just fucked because you will not eat vegetables and fruit like you should. But it sounds like you don't care and therefore eat the right way, which is rare and awesome superpower. Kewpie is, oh, Japanese mayo. I think I've had Kewpie before. They put some MSG in it. Nice. No blackout means he can't remember the next day. Okay, not that he passed out. Gotcha. Yeah, I am using the term right. And that is why I would never be into a lot of different types of drugs because I don't like the mental alterations or loss of things, loss of autonomy, loss of high directive thought. I like that part of my existence. I don't dread my brain. I don't fear my brain. I don't get overwhelmed or anxious or depressed about my brain. I love my brain and I wouldn't do stuff to change it or take a vacation from it. Ammonia in urine is why they say not to use bleach to clean up urine. You get a deadly gas. Oh God. Good to know. Do not bleach and ammonia together. Blackout drunk could mean they won't remember or they're unconscious. Oh, so it is kind of an ambiguous term. Maybe that's why I don't know how to, or wasn't sure if I was using it right. It refers to both, but it's usually the former unless the use of blacked out implies sleep. Gotcha. Chloramine gases, I haven't heard this term, are what you get when you mix bleach and ammonia. They can be fatal, but it takes a bit, and you're usually vomiting way before that level. Well, that's good. So before that level of exposure hits, so at least your body will tell you, like, hey, we're gonna get you real sick. So don't don't hang around long for this. Interesting. My brother did shrooms and acid at the same time while my mom was gone, and then proceeded to smash all the glass picture frames and mirrors in the house with his fists and face. What a lovely way to break glass. With your face. Then he stripped down naked and ran outside screaming. My mom's neighbor somehow found my phone number and called me to tell me to go deal with my brother, even though I lived 2 hours away. Good God. How do you... What do you do to deal? Do you grab like a taser or something? Like, how do you stop somebody who's like smashing glass with his head and running around naked in the streets? Half of my dinners consist of just like chicken, rice, veggies on the side. So yeah, I guess, yeah, good for you. You're not a carbitarian. I know some people who decided that they wanted to be vegetarians and then realized that they really hate the flavor of just like vegetables. And so they would just eat like quesadillas all the time. I'm like, you will kill yourself. You will, and you won't even notice it. Like, you can probably subsist off of just like lame carbs, like cheddar cheese and bread products for a long time before you realize the damage that you've done. And then by then, you're in trouble. Then it's hard to reverse. It's true, but it's not really that dangerous. Okay. I told the neighbor to just call the cops, and if I'm not mistaken, chlorine gas is similar, if not the same as mustard gas. Just chlorine gas on its own? Well, I think noble gases are deadly, period, right? What is in mustard gas? It's weird that it's called mustard, right? Why is it called mustard? These are the questions that I always must have answers to. What is... Like, there's weird sprite design that's like, I'm not quite sure what I'm staring at, but I want to know. Plum juice. I love plum juice, thanks. Looks like there's something in that box. It's a star in a box. Rubber band. Oh, there's all these ladders. This is such a crazy maze of an area. At least it's very survivable. Like, highly survivable area, too. Whoa! It got louder out here. What am I even looking for? Is this how we first came in? It feels like how we first came in. Or is it? Where is this? Couldn't be, because we never looted this. You got donut. There's a big yellow wheel there. This looks like where we're headed. We'll come back here. We'll come back to here. I don't feel like I'm done looking at everything. There's all the rooftops up there too. I kind of want to go explore. Mustard is in mustard gas? Like mustard seed? Or the mustard plant? That seems weird to me. Chloramine is different from chlorine gas. Chlorine gas can blind you in seconds if it's concentrated enough. Aren't all the noble gases like incredibly dangerous to be around? Xenon, argon, neon. They're all bad news bears. Kit received a lung injury and required medical help after 10 minutes of exposure to it. What the heck? When you say lung injury, like recoverable, or what happened there? Might not kill you, but it will fuck you up hard. Damn. How do you mind sharing the story? Kit, why do you have all the best stories? I mean, and by best, I mean, how are you still alive? Because, damn. I like 20 years ago on 4chan, there was a fake science thing that had you put pennies in chlorine and blow into it with a straw to make something else when it was actually making a deadly gas. Jeez. It's scary stuff. Level 8. Hero learned Charm. Also, Amori learned something, and I forgot to take a peek at what we have going on here. Was it Observe? This predicts who a foe will target. Doesn't seem that particularly interesting. Oh, there's also... Oh! We've got these other abilities. If this skill defeats a foe, gain bread. Mock, that's the new one we got. Deals damage at the foe's angry, greatly reduces its attack. Interesting. That might be pretty handy. Maybe we do that instead of sad poem. And then we learned what with hero? Charm. Acts first. A foe targets hero for 1 turn. Okay, the same as Aubrey has the same kind of ability, right? Counter. All foes target Aubrey for 1 turn. And she gets her attack back, so it's a little bit different. Do we have... Wait, do we have just like a small snack? I don't need a whole heckin' lot of food, but just like a little mild something something. It's not really. 40% of heart is like okay. Give that to Amori. Yeah, that's pretty good. Mustard gas doesn't have anything to do with the mustard aside from its mustard-like smell. Oh, really? Is that why it's called mustard gas? It smells like mustard? It's a corrosive sulfide compound. I'd use inhalers and breathing treatments for a while. I was using bleach to clean up where some feral cats, oh no, had been using the restroom and a storage shed. Oh, jeez. I wasn't sure, so I asked the googly. Noble gases, while generally non-toxic, noble gases can be dangerous due to simple asphyxiation at high concentrations. Gotcha. So it's just like an oxygen replacement problem. You guys know about the explosive lakes around, like, where is this, like Cameroon in Central Africa? There are a couple lakes that from underneath bubble like CO2 gas, but it's getting squished by the water, and so it just kind of stays and accumulates down there. And in a lot of different lakes, there are like drought cycles or other drainage or whatever happens, or something tussles the water, and so that CO2 gets released into the air, or, you know, just innocuously little bits of it get cleared out of the undercarriage of the lake. But in these particular lakes, let me double check like where that, or you guys can do this so I can still stream the game. But I want to say it's Cameroon, that there are a couple lakes where the water was so thick and heavy and the CO2 built up so heavy in the bottom that at some point either a seismic activity or something in the water shifted and the layers were disturbed somehow, and suddenly like all the CO2 came out, and it comes out in this huge like geyser mist spraying into the air, but it's heavier than our natural atmosphere, and so it like stays low, like a really thick cloying fog, like early morning fog. And where these particular happened in 2 different lakes, and they're theorizing that another one that's right between the borders of Rwanda and DRC has this problem with it too, but with methane, that once it's released, it doesn't fly away. It can't, it's too heavy. And that these lakes are high up enough that the CO2 starts spilling down. Hey, what's up, Blazo? We're talking about Rwanda, kind of the lake, just to on the west edge of Rwanda. But we're talking about Cameroon, where this has actually happened before, though, too. The CO2 is spilled down into valleys and like fallen down due to gravity just being pulled to the lowest points. And those lowest points have been roads where people are trying to travel, and they just travel through the mist going, oh, wow, what a crazy fog is happening right now. And within a minute, they just go. And it's not that it's toxic, it's that they don't realize they're not breathing oxygen anymore, and then they're just done. And then they're done. And in the other one, the second one, the really, really big CO2 release, it trickled down to several villages and wiped out most people in some of these villages. Like crazy scary. Can you imagine what it must feel like? What sort of like evil deific punishment for your sins kind of feeling to just look around you and watch your family and entire town, everybody just start to like drop, and either maybe you're one of like the 4 survivors in your town or whatever. It's just like, so freaking scary. Yeah, so like the noble gas thing you were saying. Radon, a radioactive noble gas, also poses significant health risk due to its radioactivity, which is why it's called radon. It's for the radioactive part of it. That's crazy. Kid says, I'd say my lifetime of WTF stories are a combination of wrong place, wrong time, and cosmic amusement. Someone has to defy the odds. If there's any proof that God doesn't have a plan for you, and if he does, you can defy it with enough luck rolls, you're proof of that for sure. Also, what's up, Blaisdell? How we doing? The Lake Nyos disaster in 1986. Yes, basically a deadly gas blanket just pouring down. It was Cameroon. Great. At least I remembered the country right. A buffalo or bison just died, and I believe Yellowstone from falling in one of the hot springs. Aw, poor thing. You'd think that there might be some sort of like knowledge about like don't be too close to those. I don't know how buffalo or bison could like talk or share, or if they are evolved to avoid certain places such that not being near hot springs would be part of their inherited. I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of tragic to hear. Kind of sad. That happened to my buddy Eric. What happened? Can we talk about that? Speaking of African lakes, have you ever heard of that the world's largest battery is a lake in Africa? Can you tell me more? I know that the lake in question that's on the western edge of Rwanda is being used for energy creation. So what's happening there is it doesn't have a carbon dioxide bubble at the bottom. I think it's just methane, and they're using the methane to create energy by creating these like really long pipelines into these stations, and they want to make more of them so they can have more energy to sort of, bring Rwanda up as a nation. But there are a lot of people who are kind of scared, like, you stick more pipes in through the water and you're messing with those layers that is trapping the gas. And if you accidentally release the gas because you've disturbed the water that's smothering it, you disturb that water enough and the gas gets released in some really scary, crazy way, then we're going to have a disaster, epic version of the Cameroon Lakes problems. But they are using that lake's methane to generate energy. I don't think that's the same thing as like a battery though, right? There's always one dumb bunny in every group. The one who falls in is probably that bunny. Oh. Lakes at high elevation have potential energy because of gravity. They can release the water downhill and capture the energy, hence a battery. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. So what country gets the privilege of having this crazy battery that they might be able to use? Have you heard about the hydroelectric projects that China's looking to try to do with that one river in the very south of Tibet? But that river like feeds into like the eastern regions of India and like goes straight into Bangladesh. And so if China got really nefarious and really slowed or diverted the water enough, they could be punishing crazy population amount, insane number of people. It basically feels like the whole Ethiopia wanting to dam up the Nile River project all over again. Lake Volta in Ghana. Oh, interesting. I didn't know they had such a high elevation lake there. Maybe I just don't know the full scale of elevations in Ghana. I have a friend from well, heritage from Ghana. I don't know if she's originally from Ghana. Wish she knew more about that. She said that there's some really great Ghana cuisine around Atlanta, but we haven't explored how to get that. But I'm curious because I love food and I love trying different food from different places around the world. And you could sign me up for just about anything. As long as it's pescatarian, I will try it. You got candy. Oh, hey. I'm just trying like random piles of stuff just to see, what happens if I touch this? What happens if I touch that? It's kind of nice that sometimes you randomly get something good for what you just did. This one needs Omori, right? Let's bring him back. Aww. Those snapshots are so cute. All right. We know how to deal with the switching between people minigame. Apparently it's not very high, only like 300 feet, but it has a huge area and lots of inflows, and nature refills it for them. Can't go wrong with that. Do what you can with that. Wait, why am I in a shadow? What is the... I feel like this should be a thing. Should we use... I don't know why you would need Omori, but I feel like if anybody knows... Oh, look at that! It did turn into something with Omori. Whoa, the letter D. Thank you for your keyboard letter. I don't know what I'm picking those up for, but we picked it up and we did the thing. And hey, there's more loot. Meteor ball. That's got to be for Kel. That's got to be for Kel. Because he's got the rubber ball. There's meteor ball. One more attack. And some luck. At least it's luck. Still. Womp womp. That stuff is... Oh, Hangman! Thanks for reminding me. Did I Hangman? Options? Where do I have Hangman? Wouldn't be skills. I feel like it would be in important faux facts. Hangman. What's up, Dinoculars? Sondering Emily Raid. Hi. It has a hotkey. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Oh, it's a key. Maybe if I go to options, we'll find it. Controls. Sorry, I was like, what am I doing? Here. Where's my Hangman button? Run, tag, LB and RB. Maybe it's one of those. Oh, there's my Z key does a thing. Oh, cool. I forgot that I had a whole map of stuff going on there. That's fun. And then A says 3 of 26, but if I hit A, nothing happens. That's weird. And like, none of my other buttons work in that map either. That's weird. Says Q when I Google it and W is map. Well, I hate to say it, but for all of you trying to tell me what button to press, it doesn't, I don't have those buttons don't work on mine. Yeah. Just gonna try all the buttons. Numbers? Tab? Control? Numpad buttons? God, nothing. Oh, there's one. Wait, which one was that? Oh, maybe that was W. Hang on. Let's back out. Whoops. Didn't mean to screenshot. W? V. V does it. Oh, I must have set this up somewhere. V and Z do things. Yeah, sorry. I screwed this up every time somebody thinks that they know how to tell me where the buttons are for me. Oh, this tells you where you can look for all the different keys. Or all the different letters to play this. Gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. Speaking of WTF stories, I looked up the court transcript from the appeal of the man who went to prison for assaulting me when I was a tiny tot. Turns out it became a case used to set precedents for minors' testimony in court without violating the Sixth Amendment. Sixth. Which one's sixth? So basically you've changed like court history or court future because of that. I mean, but that case, that would be quite the honor. Q is the first letter below 1 on the keyboard. Stop. I know where QWERTY letters are. My keyboard is a QWERTY. It has the QWERTY keycaps on it. I don't look at keycaps when I type. I mean, hopefully none of you do at this point in your lives. But I'm telling you, Q does nothing. And the Q key, which for me would be my apostrophe button, does nothing. Yeah, for me it's V and Z. Okay, so that was that side of the map. Let's keep going back through this hallway, which I know is safe. Doesn't everybody? Oh, I lied. There's a monster right there. Like, there's no fights in here. Then I forgot there is a fight in here. Six is the right to confront your accusers in court. So this case set precedent for the minor's testimony in court without violating the right to confront accusers. I.e., because you don't want to have a minor have to stand up in court and directly accuse, right? That would be a bad idea, a dumb idea to enforce that. So is that what it is? It's like you can get the actual like confrontation or accusation or whatever set in court record without having to be in direct confrontation with them. Interesting the music gets all quiet when you're in here. Oh, look big, this whole winding hall of, hey, banana smoothie. All kinds of stuff in here. Jesus, just keeps going. Did we already find that little place? Looks like a bed. Looks like a nasty abandoned bed. Binoculars. Wait, what binoculars? Is that a toy? I feel like that would be a toy. Or not. Is it an equipment? Will we give Hero something new? No. Is it a charm? Wait, whoops. Oh, it is. Two noculars. Noculars times 2. Defense +2. It increases hit rate. And it increases defense, so yeah, let's give it to him. He's like the person with like the lowest damage, so having hit rate should be helpful to some degree, I suspect. Since I was 3 at the time we went to court, seeing him in the room would have caused me more mental trauma, 100%. I was already terrified of any trucks like his and my own bedroom. Jesus. They set up a camera on me, hid him and his lawyer behind a partition, but allowed them to watch the screen. Ugh. Ugh. I'm so happy that you're in this phase of your life. And I hope that we hear... I mean, I just hope we never hear a story like this ever again from anybody else on the face of this planet, but I know my wishes can only go so far. So I was in the room accusing him, but not looking at him. Gotcha. I mean, that sounds like the way. The only way. Alright, come at me. Also, just checking, do you understand the follow-up release energy mechanic? No, not really. I just kind of, I almost always just use Kel because it pops up on him first and I just like let it go. But I suppose if you held on to it longer, nah, I don't really know. I haven't played with it. But I mean, part of that's like my fault. Like I'm not actually experimenting with the system enough. I literally, I see it pop up on Kel and I'm just like, oh, do the thing real quick. And I'm not trying to learn it like I probably should. Damn, taking a lot of damage here. So I also feel like I need to figure out what I'm doing next. I haven't gone this way, but I kind of want to heal real quick. I know I can come back to the picnic this way, and then I'll go up and check out where the airplane section is because I've been avoiding that this whole time. Can I avoid this one fight if I run fast enough? Guess you can. We'll just heal. We'll save. We'll go check out the airplane area. Yeah. When you get to bosses, it'll become easier to play with. That's probably true too, because the fights are so short and like kind of meaningless and the trash around here. And I feel like I'm kind of like extra strong for this area right now. Yeah. You start the battles with 3 points, cost 3 points to use follow-ups, but if you save up points, you get 1 special team attack. Gotcha. Not too important right now. Not important, but it seemed like you might not understand it. It's true. I also haven't tried to understand it. Yeah, save up. Save up 10 points. Question for me? Always. I will answer any question you ask on stream. Literally any. But my answer might be, I'll talk to you in DMs. Depending on how doxing or, you know. I'm lucky that I received the help I needed. My parents were supportive, especially my mother. It's amazing. I think I'm so vocal about it now because so many don't get any support. And I'm sure there's some like feelings of wanting to just try to hide or pull away from it in some people, right? It's raising awareness on something people don't want to think about, but is happening every day. Yeah. I do think that we need to remind ourselves that we are not all good people and that the bad people out there are capable of doing sometimes lifetime lasting levels of harm because of how, you know, we've set up the world around us, that it does create some vulnerabilities. For your dramatic reading redeem, would it mean that I could have you read a portion of a modest proposal that discusses eating babies as a cheerleader? Am I correct? Yes. I don't generally didn't add to dramatic reading is you choosing the voicing, but I will agree to some voicings or at least give it a college try. I would just generally read most things in a dramatic voice, but if you really got an idea of how you wanted something read, yeah, I would do it just for funsies. I don't believe in bad/good people, just bad/good actions. I believe in people who either are incapable of understanding that suffering should be minimized, or through whatever has come about in their lives, they've decided that suffering is a positive thing. So either agnostic to suffering or rewired to pursue suffering. And for those people, I feel that their good actions don't matter. Their bad actions incredibly matter, and something needs to happen with those people. Now, I don't necessarily think the person is bad, because it's hard to say, like, in terms of good and bad, what those mean as far as a human being. But in there, that there's a thing that is so broken that it's incredibly dangerous to leave them in their natural state, that there needs to be some sort of healing or neutralization if there is no healing possible. And how healing / neutralization looks, I think what we can do to minimize suffering matters the most. That's suffering of plants, that's suffering of animals, and that is very much suffering of other human beings. And if you create suffering, I don't care what sort of wonderful things you also do, I would say, you know, do what we can do as a society to mitigate the suffering part, no matter what. Is it their belief I'm suffering, or their belief in suffering that makes them bad? Like I said, I don't think I could call the person bad, but that they create suffering is a bad action. Yeah. So yeah, actions. If somebody was endemically internally geared towards suffering and refused to act on it their entire life, I would still say I'd want to act on that person anyway, because the risk is so high and dangerous to leave unaddressed. But if they really found a way to live their whole life out without acting on the creation of suffering, I'd be like, all right, well, you figured it out. And then I'd want to study that person. You know, they got to a ripe old age and they're like, yeah, I wanted to murder people every day of my life, and I didn't, and so I win at life. I'd be like, okay, well, you don't win, because most of us don't have that desire every day. But also, for every future serial killer and everyone else who comes along, tell us your secret, you know, so we can figure out how to, or like one strategy that might help in the future, so we don't have more people like you that have to mitigate your own actions for the rest of your life. I think in my worst mentally, I was asking myself, hello? Munish!
Just subscribed.
Thanks, Blaisdell. What a sweet gift. Tier 1 sub to Munish, and Blaisdell's first gift. Thanks so much. Right before the end of the month, too, which is the cutoff for Twitch things. That matters to me as a creator, you know, when things get lumped up, because we have to hit like minimums each month to get pay. So having stuff come at the end of the month is like, you know, when cops give out more speeding tickets right at the end of the month to like hit a quota, which they swear they don't do. But I think we all see, you know, more spawn camping at the end of the month. Well, Twitch streamers, we also have to spawn camp at the end of our... I'm just kidding. I don't spawn camp. I try to give you the same show. Beginning of the month, end of the month, it don't matter. Okay, so Munish was saying, I think in my worst mentally, I was asking myself, how many good things do I need to do to outweigh all my bad actions? Yeah, and I think the answer is none. None. You don't outweigh bad actions, right? What your interactions with your bad actions is what makes you, you know, a purveyor of good in this world or a bringer of bad with those actions. The good is either, you know, it's on its own. Like people who are passive all their lives, are they as impactful? Do they leave the same legacy that somebody does good does? Probably not. Somebody who's a do-gooder their whole life and is active all the time versus a couch potato is going to be remembered, their legacy, they're helpful. You know, it's all a good thing. But bad is bad. If you do lots of good stuff and you use that as a currency to do bad, you're a bad person. If you don't do anything good and you just do bad, and by a bad person, we're talking about the actions, right? I'm not labeling you as a bad or evil person, just the things that you do. I'm using it as shorthand. I'm sorry. I should not muddy the waters. I also do not believe in people being bad, just committing to their bad actions. Yeah. Or not mitigating when they have a bad motivation and they let it manifest into the real world. Agreed. I think that supposed good people can do bad things and the reverse. I think, honestly, the vast majority of us do these things. Do the good, do the bad. Oh, that is not true. Wait, that's not playing. Where's the sound for this? Oh, there it is. Okay, well, just mute that for a bit. I'm just going to slide that slider down. I don't want to hear this play. Instagram ended a long time ago because they're just awful right now. Sorry, Instagram. Going to throw you under the bus because you're throwing me under the bus. Yeah, and this is why I say I trust you if you're willing to say, you don't have to, you know, confess, but if you're just at least willing to admit, I've done some bad things. I've harmed some people. I've been disingenuous. I've been a bully. I call people names that they don't deserve, you know, or whatever it is. I'm bad in relationships. I'm selfish. Or I've committed some crimes. I've stolen some stuff, whatever. Just admit it to yourself and then tell people. You don't have to tell people what you've done, but at least tell people, you know, I'm not all good. I'm a mixed bag. At least admit to that it's actually happened to you. I don't trust people who say only good things about themselves, or that when bad things happen, they're always the victim and they're never the perpetrator. Like, could there be, in theory, a person who is only perpetrated upon, and when they interact with other people, they're only kind and generous and charitable and wonderful their whole life? Yes. It's in my brain. It's possible. I can imagine that person. But I don't think I've met that person. I've only met people that can share their bad or they lie about not having it. That's it. Yeah. Thoughts are benign until they become actions. I feel like this relates back to our conversation about, you know, if people have certain mental propensities, but they don't actually act on them in the waking world. Is that okay? Or do we need to deal with those people because they're a ticking time bomb? I feel like some people believe that having certain thoughts are not benign because they are the predecessors to an action path. And so it's a big red flag. Yeah. Sorry, Damien, I get you now. Oh, okay. You're a utilitarian? Am I? This game is great for this topic, actually. Oh, is it? I know just a little bit about the mentality of this game. Don't go spoiling the game for me just yet, because I don't think we're far enough down that rabbit hole to that side of the game yet. I do want to point out that especially when it comes to children being assaulted, it's usually someone they know well. I've heard that statistic, and wasn't that the case especially during the pandemic, that particularly problems with crimes perpetrated against children rose because they were around family that would maybe be busy doing their stupid, draining job, and those people were on furloughs or everything from a furlough from their full schedule to just being completely unemployed. And then they're home and they're around and they're engaged in all the negative ways that you didn't imagine that could happen, and then it started to happen. Yeah. It could be harmful to tell kids it's the bad people who hurt others. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's healthy, because what that tells kids is that there are bad people, but then there's no way to identify what makes a bad person. There's no way to quantify when somebody does good things that maybe they could be a perpetrator of bad things. You know, if you're a priest and you have such wonderful engagement and impact on your community and your congregation, all that good means you're a good person, right? Oh, yeah. Telling kids bad people is a real disservice to them. I agree. They're already conflicted because they don't see this person as bad. 100%. 100%. You hit the min? I usually don't talk about stream earnings, but I'll take a quick peek. I try never to look at the odds. You know, I'm like Han Solo. Never tell me the odds. That's a Han Solo thing, right? June. The June. Is tomorrow already July? Holy crap, tomorrow's already July. Oh my god. Okay. Yes, I hit the minimum. Thank you. Although, you know, if anybody else wanted to still sub or prime sub or gift or bit or donate or membership on YouTube or become a patron on Patreon or anything like that, I'm not going to dissuade you just because we've hit a minimum target on Twitch. Adults need to be vigilant because no one is safe for your kids. Yeah, we don't really. Aww. See, I wasn't trying to well, I was. I'll confess, until we get to the point where, you know, this household is just running on pure content creation, which is a goal of mine, I do not mind a little bit of pander, and I hope you guys don't either. Blaisdell gifted a tier 1 sub to Cyabin. Congratulations. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks so much. Wait, did something else? Oh, hungry. Oh, Pink has emerged before us. Oh, welcome.
Pink Amina just subscribed.
And another. And another. Wait, where's number 3? That's what I'm missing. A number 3 disappeared from my thing. Why can't I read Pink? Or was it just... It is a sub party. Look at this crazy... I'm beside myself. Thank you for the generosity. I love my community, and I hope that you love it as much as I do. And I super appreciate. Oh, thanks for the boots. That's one of my favorite alerts, by the way. I love my own bit alert. That's my tiny. I call the kids the little and the tiny for their age difference. They're like about 15 months apart. The tiny, the little of the two.
One Corruptional One just subscribed.
And a sub for Corruptional. Aw, Blaisdell just showing all the love. Thank you so much. The tiny, when she was really tiny, used to say wow a lot, just like really cute and bubbly like that. And so I just turned it into an alert. I might have elongated the first "wha" to like turn it into this amp up thing, do a little bit of audio engineering, but it's basically her voice when she was like really tiny. Well, just all the love. What can I say? I'm just effused with the warm fuzzies right now. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here, and thanks for this great chat. Yes, this game is good, but damn if we don't have good chats in these streams. Yeah. But yeah, the idea that no one's safe for kids, like we 100% feel that. Like I have family members I've known, you know, pretty much all my life, and I don't necessarily know them behind closed doors, alone, with a child. And I hate to say that. It's just, you know, also our kids are basically, when they're not at school, they are with us all the time. We don't really leave them to do alone play. It also helps, like, for me doing like content creation work, like I'm scripting ideas right now for like a course I want to put on Skillshare or Patreon or something like that. I've got these ideas. I could just do this on my phone, so I don't need to be like, all right, well, Baba's got to go upstairs to the home office and I got to be here typing, and you kids go out and play on the driveway, but if any car comes up, you run back in. I'm just gonna hang out with them. Plus, I feel like I'm the sort of parent that even if everybody in this world became cool and nobody ever committed a crime ever again for the rest of their lives, I just like to spend time with my family. I like my kids. I like Oz. And so I don't need to have a hobby or an employment that pulls me away or makes me leave, or I have to drive and do a commute and wear different clothes and be around a bunch of people that aren't my family all day long. I don't need that. I like spending time with them. And if I didn't like spending time with them, I'd spend time with them more so that I could be a parent to my kids and get them to be more like people I want them to be. Not that I need to socially engineer them, but just, you know, your presence does make people, make little kids more like the sort of people you want to be around. If you don't spend time with them, they probably won't be as much like what you like anyway, right? Yeah. Okay. Where did we leave off? You should always be prepared to protect your children, even from those you love the most. 100%. 100%. I don't care I don't care what sort of context you have with me. Mess with my kid, then yeah, big stuff happens. Pink, also back to this part since I'm now back in that part of chat. Thanks for joining. Yes, we do play Omori. Yes, I am playing Omori. We're just also very chatty stream. And so we have a lot of us hanging out and chatting on some really like deep topic on the side. It's just how we do. It's just this community, this particular niche of the internet. So thanks for finding us. Tomorrow is June. Yeah, it is. That's the cutoff. Never tell me the odds was Han Solo. Ah, I'm so glad I remembered something. An actual quote. Appreciate I don't have much disposable at the moment. Don't ever think I'm shaking you down. I really, because this was the vast majority of my life, and I've, you know, like I said, I've been homeless. So I never want anybody without means to feel compelled. If I start talking about things like merch and follows and subs and bits and donos and all this sort of stuff, that this applies to those people. And I will never, you know, I'll never treat people on different levels because somebody's bought my friendship or bought my engagement, and then you get like better me, higher level stream than somebody else. The only thing some people get is they get to skip ad breaks. And then we will usually, for a game like Omori, because it's so story driven, I will still not give them story that you don't get, because I feel like that's super unfair. We'll pause on the story plot parts if I'm in dialogue. We'll stop right there when the ad breaks starts on Twitch. So you're not disenfranchised from the content. We'll talk about other stuff so they still get, you know, their worth. But just PSA out there, based on where I've been most of my life. Like, yeah. Have you ever played Deltarune before? It's on the list of things I want to play in this same vein. So we played through all the Mother games for the first time ever in 2024. And then we played Undertale after beating the last Mother. And after beating Undertale, we started Omori, and we have more games in the same vein. All these sort of like inspired by Mother, sort of the same. They all feel like they're kind of an intellectual grouping of ideas together, a genre, a subgenre, if you will. So yeah, Deltarune's on my wish list of games I would like to have. It's not on my actual Steam wish list though. I should put it on my wish list just in case. Just in case. Yay for warm fuzzies? Yeah. It's a Pally Pal. I just realized that was Gavin. Hi. Let's say hello by doing a shout out. Gavin is one of the... Now, I'm one of the least wholesome people you'll find on content creation. But if you want real wholesome, go to Gavin.
I don't have my booster seat today.
Oh.
I was bad and I forgot last time.
You're so short.
You still love me. Even though I was bad. He said yes.
That is so adorable. Why are you so adorable? Please go follow Gavin because the world needs more wholesome, family-friendly content creators, and that's Gavin to a T. And it's just great. And goblins are just great. He's my second favorite goblin on all of Twitch, next to Oz. Yeah. Okay, so cat box done. Car cleaned. Dishes taken downstairs. Dishwasher emptied. Dirty dishes loaded. Dishwasher washing. Wow, you did. I mean, that's all a long way to say. Well, those are all different steps, so that is important. Yes, busy Oz. Drinks put away. Oz is adulting like a boss, which means tomorrow I better do my part while she's streaming and get some real stuff done. I love seeing the dishwasher bit now, though. The fact that we have a dishwasher. Did you guys know, those of you that are kind of newer to the stream, did you guys know that we did not have a kitchen for like a year and a half? No kitchen sink, no dishwasher. The fridge was in the dining room, so we had a fridge still. No stovetop, no ovens, no counters. Just one big empty room where the people that were putting together a kitchen decided to do a cut and run and left an empty room and then went on the lam or something, or hid, or went and sought out a bankruptcy lawyer, or whatever it is that they did. Had a mental breakdown. And so we're just bereft forever. Yeah. But now we have a kitchen that you can actually make food in and do dishes in with a dishwasher. So we don't have to do them by hand in the laundry room basin sink or the girls' bathtub. So I did a lot of bathtub dishes. Yeah. Still is Gavin, too. He was Gavin, and he still is. We loves to pally pal. We do. That is a great clip. All right. We'll see some of you on the other side of the ad break. For those of you that are still with us, let's go ahead and do some walking. Let's get out of here. Walking like Christopher. You knew. Yes, you did know. We're going to fight you. I think we're going to have to fight you. But we can fight this. Oh, piece of chocolate. Piece of candy. All right. We'll wait. Let's save up some energy. Man, these guys do so much damage now. Wow, that was brutal. It's best to not save if you don't want to deal with them again. I mean, if you save after you kill them, they don't respawn. These guys don't. It's just entering this room, they respawned. Which meant I actually should have just gone and tried to kill them. Because if I go back here, I eat my chicken, I get all the health back that we just lost there. Save points are pretty often in the game. I agree. Well, they're reasonably often. They're not as often as I think some games, but fairly often. I feel like the worst contender, just because it was on a mobile platform, was Mother 3. There's just way too many save points. It felt overdone. Okay, let's go fight that airplane. You're gonna end with more hours in this game than me? Will I? Why? Mother 3 has such great writing, though. Mother 3's story was amazing. Wait, where'd that airplane go? Oh, it's way over there. You got ramen. Airplane don't want to fight me. It's like caught up on the roof over there now. Fine. It's fine. There's also something... Let's fight this guy. There's also something on the other side of this. That, like another room that I didn't find how to get there. You have 17 hours in the prologue. Oh, that's just because I'm sitting still. If you're just talking about like hours I have in game, that doesn't count for anything. And let's use up points. This gets the fight done faster, which means I have less chance taking damage. Yeah, that doesn't count for anything. I thought you meant like hours playing the game, not like hours walking back and forth in rooms and talking to you guys. I feel like Dial-Up has really high armor or something because my damage is really low. Level 9s! Learned run and gun. What's run and gun do? Skills. Kel. Oh, it's his last skill slot. He didn't have full skills yet. Kel doesn't attack based on his speed instead of his attack. Oh. Seems pretty fast. It seems good. Still gonna end up with more Steam hours, I suppose. I feel like it's cheating. There are lots of games where I feel like I'll have way more hours than other people do because of how much I just talk. Wait, so how do you get to that other room over there then? Wait, how did I not get... Are things respawning? I feel like things are respawning. That room. Oh, you could just walk under here. For some reason, I thought this was a wall. I'm dumb. There's all sorts of hidden goodies around here. And we made it up to the very top of the trash tower. What do we got? Ooh. Hi, big sun thing. Let me read the sign first. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Or was this like a joke? There's great food, but no atmosphere. Nice. It's always good to have some jokes on hand. If only you had a joke book to write them down in. Oh, gotcha. We might need to come back here when we find a joke book. There's a guy in the reviews of this game with 2,000 hours on this game. What? Played? Or just hanging out and talking like I do? Oh, wow. I have like 140. Oh, I'll never get that much, probably. But that's because I've 100%ed it. Gotcha. Their only achievement shows that they haven't exited white space. Oh, no. Oh, that's broken. That person's broken. The dial-up has high defense. It's a slow fight because it's dial-up. Yeah. Yes, these are Gavin-approved jokes. Do you want to sit here with your friends? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let us sit and enjoy the moon.
The moon looks gigantic from here. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen. But there's so much litter around. How can you say it's beautiful? Aubrey, don't be such a wet blanket. Look at things on the bright side. You know what I always say. You just gotta wake up and smell the roses.
Is that a thing? You don't always say that. All right, stop fighting. Wait, that Kel on the back of the couch sitting there? What a rebel. What a cool rebel. Is that it? Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Well, that was fun. I was going to make it a joke, but it's a... I was going to make a joke, but it's a spoiler, so I'll probably do it in 2 months or something. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, well, that was nice. It's a fun little experience. Hang on. Can you... Is there any reason to come down here? I feel like nah. That airplane is like... It looms. It's like so threatening, but at the same time, it's never in an area where I can actually reach it to do anything. Love the optimism, Corruptional. Huh? Oh, that I'll be finished in 2 months. Yeah, that's pretty optimistic. Let's be real. You're here for me. And if you're not, I don't know why you're here. I was talking about this just the other day. I'm like, yeah, I kind of push people away, but I'm trying to do it for your own good. Like if you wanted parasocial, if you wanted great gamer who's just like excellent and knows all the secrets and can talk about, or is just good at games right out of the gate, you probably find somebody else by now. I don't play through games fast. I don't pretend to be your buddy just to make a connection. When I say this is the best community, I'm not saying that because I'm trying to make you all into friends. Wow, things just keep respawning. I am saying it because I really honestly feel that way about the way you all talk to me. I like how you talk to me, and I don't want it to stop. In fact, I want us to find more people like us and turn this into a real, ooh, melon business. I'm here for the philosophy. Hell yeah. Starfruit soda. I try to form parasocial relationships as quickly as possible, like a speed run. Well, you better send a ring in the mail. Put a ring on my finger. Boom. You win me. That's how Oz did it. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. That is... Oz and I are a very simple story of somebody meddling in our lives as a matchmaker. What's going on here? Chop! Oh, your chop don't do. It's no good. I can't even dent this thing. More minions. I would love to have more minions. If we just had... See, here's the thing, too. I feel like the show is there, right? Like, we are kind of there. But I just don't... I haven't been able to just say, today, on any given day, not yet. That day hasn't come yet. On any given day, I haven't been able to wake up and say, today, I just quit my job and we're just going to go full-time content. I feel like if I have full-time content, 6 months to a year, we would be big enough where I feel like I could say, all right, you know what? I think we're covering costs for the household. I'd need to be able to do this full time. Probably more. I'd probably do more. I'd probably do more than 40 hours a week. I already work like 60 hours a week across all 3 of my jobs. Maybe a little bit more than 60. So I could probably pull more than 40 hours just to make sure that we got success. Because, you know, I'm not 20. And you know, not that cool. Not really cool. I'm cool to some people. But I feel like there's a lot of the Riz side of things. I'm not on the inside track to viral. But I think we could get there. It's just a matter of how do you get that much time not working a job with no guarantee of pay for a bit to get to that place. But with enough minions, especially with AdSense and all the little trickle things here and there that bring money in, I think we can make it happen for sure. Oh, took a melatonin and I feel it kicking in. Oh, good stuff. Have a good night, Gavin. Please be well. Everybody, please show Gavin love, and thanks for popping in and saying hi. It's good to hear from you every once in a while. I'm taking 40 Ambien and beating myself over the head with a shovel for an hour, no dice. And Gavin's like, 1 melatonin. Yeah. How many viewers to cover costs? I mean, I feel like we would need to do like a stream where we just kind of talked about finance. And because of where I am in small content creation and sort of like there's like a lot to sort of talk about with the way costs flex and all that kind of thing. I've done some of the math. If you really want to like do a deep dive into sort of where I've found I need to worst case math myself to, join the envy part of my Discord, and then you can get onto the knowledge board. Knowledge base? Yeah, knowledge base. The knowledge base has predictive math for success in this industry for this household. And among other things, like the game schedule's there too, a bunch of other stuff I've just placed in that part of my community now. I used to have them in all these like separate, different platforms and just got tiring. Now it's all in one. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a sec. And the answer is also, when I pulled those numbers and I did the predictive math, it was really just kind of based on like current earnings, where I'm really the big stuff that keeps my my budget for home studio and games and all that sort of stuff afloat it's really just done through Twitch and YouTube. But in the suture, I do want to diversify out to a lot of other things. I mean, I have some other platforms, but I'm not making active content for them. So if you were ever like subbed as a patron to Patreon before, and I wasn't like posting stuff regularly there, and then you decided not to do that, I get it. I probably would like more free time to more often post on stuff like Patreon, so that it would be worthwhile to be a patron, because you'll get this other feed that you wouldn't get otherwise for your efforts, for your support, right? And that requires more free time on my end to keep that content flowing at you guys. So that's important to me to do. But it'd probably be a diversification across several different things. And, I'd probably also be doing that stuff that is unfortunate to, especially the YouTube creator space. You're watching some video, it's like, 30 minutes long to an hour long. And while you're watching it in the middle, they do ad reads. Would I do that to make sure that my kids have clothes? Yeah. Would I do that to make sure that they were fed and that, they had money to go to field trips at their elementary school? Yeah, I'll read an ad. I got ad read voice anyways. I was doing it in the industry in Hollywood before we moved out here. I'll do it again on YouTube too. Back from the worst part of having a 3D printer. Oh no. Having to change the fluorinated ethylene propylene sheet for my printer requires me to remove and re-put in 44 screws. Lovely. That's after having to clean everything first while wearing gloves and desperately trying not to fuck up the new FEP sheet. It sounds fun. Crafting is great. Do a craft. I mean, Stuart's work is amazing. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know if I'd want to do that kind of that side of it.
This is cheese, isn't it? Whoa, you're right. It is cheese.
I can't save it. Toady. Okay, I can do that. I will do the thing.
Mom right as the mail.
Because you said so, I will save the game. Or sorry. I said save the game. Because you said so, I will do the self-cares. Hydration, stretch, posture check, the triple. But I cannot save. Save is relegated to when I find a picnic, and that's it. Thank you, Toady. Looking out for me in my back and shoulders and neck. Those are especially bad when I play spooky games. The creepy games get me so tight, tense and everything. And for some reason, I don't know if this happens to any of you when you play dark games or like games that have a lot of high tension. My bladder like wants to squeeze everything out of me. And so I feel like depending on the type of tension that I play, all right, I need another BRB. Okay, I need to BRB. All right, another break. Sorry, guys. If I had more money, I would be tempted to just toss the old print vat and send a new one that's already been done for me. Jeez. Somebody has to watch your back. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, guys, hear me out. This might sound crazy, but what if we eat the cheese? If we all start now, we could probably finish this in a couple of hours or so. And just a warning though, cheese gets me kind of gassy. Ew, Kel. Hold up, Kel, there's no need for that. I think I may have the perfect solution. Tag me, Omori. I know just how to handle this.
All right, hero, what you gonna do? I thought his superpower was literally just charisma. Oh, is he gonna like try to convince somebody to grab the cheese or eat it? I'd eat the cheese. Doesn't make you gassy. My last laptop, I managed to kill the entire keyboard, including the power button. Oh no. The only way to turn it on from completely off was to unscrew the back, disconnect the battery, and connect the charger to force its hard wire startup. Oh my gosh. What a pain. All right, what's he doing? Wait, what is that? That's so cute. M's or is it EMS? I'm gonna say M's.
Hello, friends. It's me, Ems, the humble, hungry hamster. Oh, wow, is this all for me? What a treat. How did you know that cheese is my favorite?
Do hamsters eat cheese? Hamsters feel herbivorous.
I don't have to guess, Ems. Everything is your favorite.
Or are they just omnivores?
Everyone, this is Emily the hamster, but I just call her Ems. She's a good friend of mine.
And she also looks like she's the size of Hero's head, maybe bigger.
You know what to do, Ems.
I know it's just the art style, probably.
I sure do. Be done in a jiffy.
Oh, God. That's scary. Where did it all go? Ems has a hammer space tummy. Somehow. I know hamsters will eat their young. Okay. Well, I'd prefer that they ate cheese. Part of the sport.
How does all of that even fit in her body?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Beats me. I try not to think about it. That was incredibly satisfying. If you're ever in need of any giant cheese-eating services again, you know who to call. Goodbye, friends.
Okay, goodbye. And yeah. Yo, you know how she flies away? It's just like the photographer in Mother 2. I think there was some weird cross influence there. Why are so many animals cannibalistic? Chickens do that too. So I don't think animals are cannibals. Calories are calories in a lot of animals, and I feel like if something is just like bothering you, or you're just like curious or enthralled by the way something moved out of the corner of your eye, or you're just really, really hungry, you'll just like grab something, and there's no real sense of like proprietary, like, oh, I made this or I protect this or whatever. Sometimes it's just like, hey, like I've got 5 other mouths to feed and I can't feed 6 and I'm hungry. So bye to one of them. And they don't, it's different moral implication. The animal world is just full of that kind of like random chaos of things, right? Like, just, I don't eat this food. I don't eat this animal, but it was walking past and I'm bored and I want to squish something between my teeth, so I'll just grab it. And you see that with a lot of herbivores, right? Just randomly grab meat. Just, I don't know, wanted to chew. I understand that, but still, yeah, I don't like it. It's gives me the wiggins to think about, especially your own young. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Oh, is that the little thing up there? Who's saying okay? Wait, what happened to the game? Hello? Did the game? Oh, I'm dumb. This is my confirm button. I'm so dumb. I was pressing the Final Fantasy confirm button. And I was like, oh no, I think the game froze on me. But it was obviously still animated. Makes sense from a utilitarianism POV. Why does that word got dumped out twice now? Am I a utilitarian and I just don't know it? Can we understand the world of, can you define utilitarian philosophy to me? And I can tell you if I agree or disagree with the labeling. You say I am. Okay. Help me understand. Okay, that was weird. Oh, that little thing was watching us that whole time and then they just left. But I really wanted to talk with them. They were hanging out right here for the longest time. And they just pieced out. I like speaking philosophy, but I haven't necessarily, it's been a long time since I've studied it. I don't necessarily know subdivisions of like different standards for ethics, morality, worldview, that kind of stuff per se. In ethical philosophy, utilitarianism is a family of normative ethical theories that prescribe actions that maximize happiness and well-being for the affected individuals. Yes, I feel that with some tentative caveats. Utilitarianism is this ethical theory that determines right from wrong based on the consequences of actions. It suggests that the best action is the one that maximizes happiness or well-being for the greatest number of people. That's where there's a caveat I'm feeling right now in that. And I think it's based on a movie that I saw called Mother? What a weird coincidence. We're playing Mother-inspired games. I think this was... Let me double check that that's the movie that I'm thinking of. What was that movie with the girl that's raised in like a shelter in the future, and there's an AI that raises her, and then she tries to like break out. Was it called Mother? Was it? I don't think it was called that. I don't know what that was called. It's two movies called Mother. It's definitely neither of those. Yeah, I don't. Maybe it wasn't called that. It was like you followed a young woman or older girl who was living in a post-apocalyptic world. Supposedly all humans were completely destroyed, and she's like the last living vestige of humanity or whatever. And her mom is an AI that's like training her up and teaching her morals and everything, and gives her all these classes. And then she learns about like beyond the walls of her vault stuff that's going on, and drama rise. I don't want to spoil it for people that want to. Is it I Am Mother? Wolves? Raised by wolves? No, well, let me check. I don't think it was called that. Raised by Wolves. Science fiction TV series? This wasn't a TV series. No, I don't watch TV series. What's the other one that you said it was? Or that you think it was? I Am Mother. Might be that one. I Am Mother movie. Was this one? 2019? Did I watch a movie in 2019? Maybe we did. Give me video. No, images. Images from the movie. Yeah, I think this one was it.
Yeah. Hillary Swank was in this one. Yeah. I Am Mother, 2019 movie. Well, it's like I watch movies that were, you know, relatively recent in the zeitgeist of things. So I'll mention why that movie specifically and why utilitarianism gives me one ick right off the top of my head. Maximize the happiness and well-being for the greatest number of people. Essentially, it's a consequentialist approach, focusing on outcomes rather than intentions. That seems weird to me too. Like, if your intent was to maximize happiness, wouldn't that then also become your outcome? Or shouldn't that matter? Actually, the more, like, because I have two arguments now. TLDR, comfort for all is better than luxury for some. I do like people being comfy. Yeah, I Am Mother. The robot was partly practical in I Am Mother. What do you mean by practical? Oh, like practical effects? Nice. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, so that's part of it. Stuart, dumb. Like literally just a couple sentences ago. So saying utilitarianism is a consequentialist approach, focusing on outcomes rather than intentions. I don't agree with that in my own personal philosophy. I feel that a government, a system, a way of ethics and morality to guide people by, whether that is a religion, a government, a politic, or whatever happens to be, that I would rather see a government that intended to minimize suffering. I don't know about maximize happiness, but minimize suffering. I like minimize suffering, and maybe they failed at it or didn't succeed as well as I would like. I'd be probably more comfortable in that system than one that tried to incorporate suffering in their world model but failed to do so. And the consequence of their attempts, they ended up making a society that had almost no suffering at all by accident. I don't agree with that one as much, because if they ever got it right, they would start to increase their suffering. So their intentions matter, because their intentions could come to fruition. If their outcome was a mistake, like, oh, we were going for 50% suffering, we got 2%, and the average human suffering is like 15. I wouldn't say good for you guys, utilitarian wise. I appreciate your system better than everybody else's. I wouldn't, because it's like they failed at their goal and just got lucky. Then the consequences don't matter if their intentions are still shitty, right? That's part of it. But the other part of it is the maximizing happiness or well-being for the greatest number of people. Or wait, who's lurking? Jam? Jam, have a good night. You're turning in for the night, yeah? I appreciate your face. Thanks for being here. I will never forget your name's history or origins now. Now that we had 2 talks about it, I think. And then Blaisdell also said earlier, ethical theories that prescribe actions that maximize happiness and well-being for the affected individuals. So here's my caveat with maximizing happiness. In I Am Mother, I'm not spoiling a big part of the movie, because this is an old thought experiment or old philosophical experiment, like the trolley problem. It's one that a lot of people know. The AI poses to the girl, you have X number of unhealthy individuals. They're suffering from some medical malady, and they are terminal, and they need external input besides you as a doctor, i.e. like parts that are healthy from another donor or something like that. It was like 4 or 5, suffering people. And then one person who is healthy that has a component within them that will solve each of the maladies that you are facing as the physician. So as the physician, what do you do in this circumstance? to rectify the situation. And a utilitarian, I believe, based on what I'm reading, would say there's 4 suffering people and 1 healthy person. And if you take the healthy person and you disassemble them, you will have parts to increase you'll save these terminal people. They will all their maladies will be rectified, and the maximum amount of people in the end will come about in a healthy, outcome. You are maximizing positive outcome. But I'd argue that this doesn't maximize happiness. And I talked about this with Oz, I think, when we watched this movie. And that is, imagine you create a system where your people, your community, your constituents in a political system knew that if they were ever down and out, and they were part of a cadre of people where dismantling one person could help save them and several other people, that the government would absolutely enforce that and make sure that the maximal amount of people were saved. You might feel a sense of trust and well-being and comfort in knowing that that system has your back, except that no single person will ever be able to put away the thought, will ever be able to set aside the possibility that they are the healthy person. There's nothing wrong with you. You didn't deserve to be brought into the hospital today, but you're gonna. And you're gonna because a bunch of people need parts of you. You didn't ask for it. You got born into this society. A bunch of suffering will go away except for yours and your families, because inscrutably you were one of the ones that was chosen to be done in. Utilitarianism doesn't really properly answer that. It's nearly there, and it's not quite enough. It covers a part of an idea, and it's half baked in my head, based on what I'm reading, what you guys are saying. But I mean, maybe that just means that in a question like that, the maximal happiness is living in a society where you're not ever going to be randomly dismantled. They've solved for that part too. And a real utilitarian society, true utilitarianism, would never dismantle a person to save 4 people. They would always pick volunteers or, somehow it would be a very fair system where it wasn't increasing suffering, or that some externality would get added to those equations so that a real better answer would come about besides the constraints of that particular philosophical question, right? Something like that. Consequentialist is the key. So, like, concerned just about the consequences, yeah. You wouldn't be more comfortable in that society. You're just describing a consequentialist view with more steps. Wait, what are we talking about? The society I described with the dismantling of the person. Funny, I'm glad to learn about this I Am Mother movie. I thought it was really good. I thought it was cleverly done. It's not the thinker of the year. You're not going to come away from it and go like, damn, I feel like heavy with thoughts and I need to talk about the movie for like 2 hours over coffee with, a good friend. It's not that heavy, but it's worth watching, and it does make you think about some things, but it's not like deep. It's just like, it's good. It's good. I think the game RimWorld references it with one of its prefab characters is based on the description. Oh, interesting. That's a big role in The Last of Us, the sacrifice of somebody to help out everybody else. Do the ends justify the means is an age-old philosophical debate, and it always seems to change depending on context. Yeah, I don't think you could ever
decontextualize and just say black or white. Do the ends justify the means? You have to answer 100% of the time yes or 0% of the time. It's too we're not polarized creatures. We do so many morally ambiguous things. We do plenty of things that don't harm, don't help, they don't increase suffering, they don't increase happiness. Yeah. I don't think it's half-baked. One person suffers so that many can prosper. That's the world we live in today. And it's a bad world, right? People are anxious that they will be the one, right? People are afraid or believe they're already in the position where they're being exploited or used or stolen of their labor or their time, or are being in an abusive family with toxic family members that are using them in some way, that they're people being exploited every day, and they are being that one, and they don't feel happy. And this is not the world that we ought to strive for. This is a bad idea, because even good people are nervous about that kind of stuff, right? Why do the wealthy hoard wealth? Why do people hedge on so much of their, why do people avoid paying taxes when they could pay tons of taxes, but they're really skittish about giving anything to the government, and so they find ways to never take an income, or the $1 a year salary CEOs, so that they never pay any income tax on what they earn. It's people are afraid of being the next one. Why do so many people pursue so many different types of surgeries, or like shots, or procedures to make it so that they, live longer or without pain? It's messy. Utilitarianism is a tricky one. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Stop kissing everything.
Chaotic. I love this DGen. Welcome everybody. Hi Raiders. My name is Damian Halme, variety streamer, deep diver, philosophical extraordinaire, breaker of the status quo and disruptor of your comfortable, chill, boring lives. Hi. Raiding and running. I spilled so much tea on my stupid... Okay, bye. For those of you that are staying over from the raid, if you also need to run and clean tea, I won't hold it against you. Drop a follow or a sub or a notifications on, or find my YouTube channel or my Discord server or whatever and cyberstalk me, and then go clean up your tea. Oh no, it's sticky? Oh, ew. And for those of you that are in my channel that don't know who this person is that just came in, we like Chaotic. He's one of Oz's and my favorite content creators. Just fantastic all around when he's not spilling tea. Let's watch a clip.
The goodest of the boys can be a menace to society if he wants. Like they're taking pictures of me. You like what you see, boys? You like what they see, what you see?
What is this game? Why are you so cute?
Now perish.
Oh, I did. This is a squirrel assassin game. Oh my gosh! Please go give all your love to Chaotic. He's a wonderful content creator. Yeah. Not for me. I'm a strict yes. Wait, what are we talking about? Ends justify the means. Age-old debate always seems to change depending on context. You think the ends always justify the means? The broad-based greatest good for the greatest number of people thing was used in Latter Day and debate a lot. Interesting. Yeah, I think a world where you have the overhanging fear that you could be one of the victims is not happiness. You're in a lottery, right? Everybody's looking their left and right. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be somebody you just fell in love with? Is it going to be your favorite family member?
Is it going to be a child that you know, what are the constraints on happiness if the person in question, if you're not, you know, if you don't care about yourself, you're selfless, you're like, I would gladly give me at any point if it meant so much, if it meant 100 people's happiness or more, you know, everybody's got a price, right? Like, oh, you know, how much would I have to pay you to, you know, steal you from your partner and have one night with you, sort of thing. Everybody's got a price. You know, maybe everybody has a happiness price too. Would you sacrifice yourself for 1 million people's happiness? Is the million people, 1 billion, 1/7 or whatever, or 1/8 of the world's population could be solved and happier because of you? Everybody would have a number, maybe. But would you be able to say that as quickly about the person you love the most on this planet? Would you live in a world where you've lost your child or your partner or your parent or whatever, the most beloved thing on the entire planet, just so a bunch of strangers could be happy? Now it starts to get dicey. Now it starts to get weird. And if everybody's got that overhanging thought in their head, I think you're maximizing suffering in its own way. Because some people would be like, fine, I'm a zealot to this cause. I think about it and I think, yeah, let's make so many people happy. Let's make so many people happy. I'm for it. Yeah, let's do this. But a lot of people would say, I don't want to do this universally. I don't want to know the person or the people that get sacrificed ever. Well, that's a big constraint on it. And if you do know them, you'll suffer, right? Yeah, it's a strict, sticky one. Oh, for sure, I'm a communist. I think the world we live in today is bad. How do you, the supply chain problem? That's the one thing I always wanted to know. What's like the modern answer? I don't really know, like, macroeconomic systems well or dispersal systems well, but somebody said communism will never work because you'll always have to pay delivery. And so if you pay for delivery, the cost of goods will always be inflated in the place where you manufacture them. Like you always have to pay way more. And so those people always live an unfair and unjust life where if they make bread, they pay for bread plus delivery when they didn't need to pay for delivery. And so you're always unjustly harming people economically, something like that. Am I summarizing the? Is there a modern solution for that quells that argument? And so say, yeah, but you could still do communism because, or like maybe the answer is, well, that's okay for those people. They'll pay the inflated price, and that's the cost of, you know, living in the society that we live in, where trade has to happen and delivery has to happen. Those people have to be paid. In some cases, it can endorse caste systems or even slavery, so long as the greatest number prospers. Some philosophers address some loopholes, not others. Yeah, great point. Like you will create a segregation of people, and some people will serve the others, right, to make the happiness happen. Squirrel with a gun. Is that the name of the game? That sounds amazing. I kind of want to try it out. Kind of sounds up my alley, to be perfectly honest. This is like the how many good things idea. Munish, what is that? How many good things? Damien, I think you're ignoring the consequentialist part of this argument. You're saying we can't construct this, it'll eventually fall apart. But we're saying, what if it didn't? What do you mean? Do the ends justify the means or not? I feel like the means are important. Because, well, I don't, like, it depends on the ends, right? Like, I'm saying that the person that, or the system that dismembers people to use their parts to save other people creates a widespread fear and panic in healthy individuals that they'll be dismembered. But if you don't do that and you just let those people die, then you're maximizing happiness. Those ends justify a certain means. And so I guess I could be utilitarian if we took it to like
the end game of that. Like in the argument of one person comes in healthy, 4 people need that person's body part. And the physician says, we live in a society where your autonomy and freedom are always treasured over the mortality of the terminally ill. And those people don't have right to survival. In fact, their quick suffering, or their suffering window being shortened maybe by reaching terminal status faster, is the most preferential situation. And the healthy person being left alone means that nobody lives in panic or fear that they will be dismantled, because it would never happen. If you use that side of the philosophical argument, the person would never be dismantled. The sick will always just die, even though there are available body parts that you could use without their consent. We would never do anything without somebody's consent, right? Then, yeah, 4 people die, but the whole civilization lives without fear, which would be suffering. It would be suffering to think I could be dismantled tomorrow. If you created a civilization where nobody was ever dismantled and sick people die anyway. That's sort of their natural direction, right? And maybe that's not a big suffer in the grand scheme of things. Lifelong fear that you'll be dismantled versus a short path towards your inevitable terminal illness without intervention is superior in waiting. So yeah, maybe I am utilitarian. I'm one step further down that rabbit hole for that particular argument. Yeah? You think? Maybe that places me as utilitarian after all. Want to add to the theoretical questions, but haven't hold back on spoilers for The Last of Us. I don't know if I'm ever going to play that one. It's not on my list of things to play, but some people have said I should. Maybe. I mean, if you don't spoil it and I do play it, that's better than if you say, well, you'll never play it, and then I eventually do play it and you've spoiled something. The delivery problem you're referring to is just a problem of central planning. Central planning is a great Google. It's the thing communism needs to solve in the future. So in other words, no, nobody's like come up with the great solution for it yet. If the ends are objectively better, why did the means matter? Well, like I said, in the case of accident, right? Like if the means were driven by the wrong motive, and then the ends ended up doing something different than what they intended, the intent still lives, and something bad might change in the future. But that's maybe like conflating the problem too much to say I'm looking at the now and the future and worried for the future because the now is inspired by incorrect inputs. People say I want to kill everybody who looks like this, and they fail, and they make a utopia somehow where everybody's happy, but their idea is still there that eventually they will work out the problems. The utopia will be dismantled, and they'll manage to kill all the people that they didn't want on the planet. Something like that. If they aren't better or it's debatable, then yeah, but we can calculate to determine whether the ends are or are not preferable. Yeah, I suppose so. And so here's the thing about ends and means, where the ends are better than or matter the most, I guess, is maybe in my view of utilitarianism or consequentialism is because motives transcend immediate consequence, the final consequences that matter the most are the ones that incorporate means, because I can't think in a single time slice. I have to think in terms of eventualities. You know, if you're looking at an asymptote and you're looking at a value that's approaching that asymptote over the course of time, it gets closer and closer, it gets closer to a certain solution. So in that same vein, if negative motivations spurn an immediate greater good, and that greater good lasts 1,000 years, 2,000 years, but in 10,000 years, it gets to its awful end and maximizes suffering in that scheme of things, then the means are important to understand the proper calculations to get the maximal consequences. So, I mean, that isn't that true of all cause and effect relationships, that the effect is what we really care about the most, but the best way to gain control of the effect is not to stare at the effect, it's to stare at the cause. That's just scientific, right? You have an input to an equation, you have an output you're going for. The input matters the most because the only way you change the output to make it better is changing the inputs. You don't change an output by changing an output. Look at the medical industry, right? We have medical problems that could be solved by a change in lifestyle, and instead we throw medicine at it, and then people inevitably and always, irrefutably, have worse outcomes getting trapped on a pharmaceutical regimen for the rest of their lives than they would have had they not stemmed the cause instead of trying to treat the symptom. And that's why everybody says the American healthcare system. Well, that's one reason why people say the American healthcare system is so flawed, is because we look at symptoms and look to fix the symptom instead of understand the cause, understand the means to address, to get to the consequence, right? If they aren't better or it's debatable, then yeah, but we can calculate oh, I think I read that one already. Sorry. Would you sacrifice a close family member to save the entire world? One of my kids, close, if you want closest that I can possibly ever perceive, like a child, because it's the closest thing to the majority of my DNA in a body besides my own, and I don't care enough about myself to say I would save myself to save the entire world. I don't have that kind of self-care. But it was my kid to save the entire world. Here's the thing, because of that thought experiment, the way you have it set up, the answer is, if I would save my kid lives in an apocalypse where they're the only human, right? They'll die. They'll die probably they'll die after a life of suffering, because they won't know how to do the things to keep themselves healthy, safe, treat any wounds they receive. They'll have an awful, short, and miserable life and a quick ride to the grave in a world with none of the benefits that I had, because I had people around me. So it's obvious, right? I don't want that for anybody. So if it's the entire world, I don't think that's a hard thought experiment to uncover. I think most people would say one person sacrifice, no matter how close they are to you. You're the most valued person to you in the entire planet or in the history of the world. You could go back in time and save somebody. If you hate everybody on the planet today, think back to, whatever, find the most valuable person ever in your entire cognition and say that person is immediately axed in their timeline to save the whole rest of the world. The other option is that person's alone in a world where everybody else died, right? Or wrong? You're just describing utilitarianism, though. I think I am. But I think the ends and the means thing is maybe a bad heuristic for cause and effect, when cause and effect are intrinsically linked. So you would never say, I care about the effect but not the cause in science, right? So how could you ever say,
I care about the consequence, but not the input to arrive at that consequence. The consequence has to have an input, right? Science equals consequentialism. Well, then the means always matter. I wouldn't. Sorry, world. Wait, you'd let your kid die on an empty planet? Or whoever? Seen The Last of Us, I know what he's asking. Not everybody dies? Oh, well then you didn't frame the question right, did you? The world is a much more dangerous and poorer for them not dying? I don't think that's a problem. Being more dangerous and poorer does not mean you're bereft of hope. If you still want to save your favorite person and you say, yeah, I see what's happening, but I believe that the world could change. Or I believe that the person I've saved is so important and impactful that I will save them so that the poorer world will become better because I've saved this person. They're the key to flipping things around. Obviously, I'm talking completely agnostic to that story, so I don't know what's making sense versus not by what I'm saying. But I do feel like there's an argument for both. You know, there's a pessimism in saying I would sacrifice this person because I feel like the world will never be better. And there's maybe a dangerous optimism in saying I'll let a bunch of people die and or suffer because I think this person will impactfully change the world. That might be putting too much on someone's shoulders. And you might be wrong. They might fail, and then you've increased the suffering majorly by your misstep. Who knows? If we can't predict the future, then those kind of choosing what to do in those circumstances is really just a person following their heart. You couldn't be a consequentialist in your story, right? Where the world might be more dangerous or worse for somebody not dying. You in that position where you're making that choice, would you really know? Would you really have all the variables? That's what makes consequentialism also pretty hard, because a true consequentialist would say, as long as I know everything, then I know what the right choice is. But in reality, in practical philosophy, we have so many unknown variables that we're taking stabs and we're sort of trying to calculate risk, right? If you ever want the story for The Last of Us having to dump hours into a game, you have to 100% focus on the show. Focus on, then the show does a great job of translating the game. Oh, okay, interesting. Even though you don't have time for that either. Tell you what, let's get me famous, and then, or, you know, famous enough where I have free time, and then I will start watching and playing stuff again. For funsies, I mean. How are we supposed to find anything in here? That's just a big maze, isn't it? There's just way too much junk. Wait, were we looking for something? Oh, he's already forgot. I mean, you guys probably have too. Sat still on so many of the screens. Ooh. At long last, I finally found it. Found what? My little mole thing? After countless hours of digging and digging, this one-of-a-kind, ultra-exclusive special mixtape finally belongs to me. Rosa, the #1 sweetheart fan in the world. Oh my. With this one-of-a-kind addition to my collection, I will finally surpass all those lame posers out there. Wait. Oh no. The special mixtape. It smells like doo-doo. Oh no. I smell like doo-doo. Hold on, did she say she found a special mixtape? That's what we've been looking for. Oh, yeah. Let's go get it. I can hear everything you're saying, you know. Just as I suspected, owning something so valuable is already getting me into trouble. Ooh. What's the matter? Are you jealous? The special mixtape is mine. I'll never give it to you. Not now. Not ever. Hey, we didn't come all this way out here for nothing. If you don't give us that special mixtape, we'll have to take it by force. Eeh, such savage behavior. Violence never solved anything, you know. Huh. I'm much too refined for this nonsense. Farewell, peons, and see you never. Oh, snap. Are we done? You're gonna do a race? Seeing how people interpret, you mean? Oh, ho, ho, ho is very interesting. I thought about just saying like, oh, ho, 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 ho. But it wasn't as much fun. Sometimes like looking at how an onomatopoeia is spelled, this is just like a voice acting tip for anybody that wants to do voice acting. And then thinking about how people's laughs or weird squeals and squeaks or when they're overcome with a certain emotion, how that actually like leaks out of people. Do have to do like a lot of study in different types of people and how particularly superlative situations bring something out in them. But some people do some like really strange vocalizations or like lose themselves for a moment, or you know, they have like a normal laugh and then they have like an ugly laugh if you get them just right. And you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. I've heard you laugh before. I've never heard you laugh like that. What was that? And so like I try to play around with that kind of stuff as opposed to just like, I don't know, reading it completely phonetically, I guess. I always read it as oh ho ho ho. Yeah, I think, yeah. What's up, Jacket? Morning. How we doing? I feel like The Last of Us is one of, if not the best stories of loss, love, and sacrifice in the past decade. Oh, that's a big, bold claim. There's a reason it's Teresa's favorite game series. Interesting. I tend to laugh like a hyena, according to my friends. That's amazing. That's a good laugh. That's the kind of laugh that I think people would enjoy making you laugh or just being in jovial settings because it's honest, right? You're not trying to be like demure or holding it in, like a closed mouth chuckle through the nose sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. God, we really need to find a save and end the stream. Wait, come back here. Hurry, Amori. After, we can't let her get away. All right, let's run. Oh, man. Can we? Oh, we don't have to run. She stands perfectly still. Never mind the music and everything. I was like, oh, we're going to run. We're not running. I chuckle more often than laugh, but I've been told my laugh sounds fake. Aw. I don't really laugh at almost anything. So when I do like little chuckles on stream, it's not like almost no one on stream ever, as far as, well, actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if any of you have ever heard me. Oh, damn. What a time for ad break. Like really laugh out loud at something. Like laugh. Like tears in my eyes and like laugh. It happens so rare. And for stupid shit. Because my sense of humor is just awful. There's some really broken parts of my personality. I don't think I'm out of all the different types of neuroatypicalities, I've never met anyone that thinks and feels the way I do. So I don't know what it is. I know some things that I'm pretty sure it's not. But I can tell you that most forms of comedy do not make me laugh. Even the stuff that I find is the funniest comedy out there, that I think I appreciate the jokes the best, that would generally be Eddie/Susie Izzard, Tim Minchin, and Anthony Jeselnik. Those three. And don't laugh at them. They're really funny and witty and smart people, and I don't laugh at them. The only thing that consistently gets me to laugh is Eric Andre. That definitely doesn't make me laugh. It's not my thing. I really appreciate and respect improv. I think improv is a really tricky thing to get right. And if you're smart, like Eric Andre, like there's plenty of predecessors before him that just, I think, have nailed the concept of not just getting improv right, but also knowing that it happens wrong a lot and you just ditch that stuff. You just trash it. Cutting room floor, just get rid of it. Dave Chappelle, think of him what you will in later career, but while he had his show, there were a couple times where he would stop in the middle of a skit, be like, that's not really that funny, and you'd move on. He was like reading the audience and rewatching it himself and sort of getting a vibe, and he knew that some improv and some skits and some jokes just don't, they're maybe funny in the moment and then they don't stay that way, and that's fine. And I think that's a great component of improv, is knowing what's good to keep, what's good to last, what's good to have in the final show, and what you don't keep. Okay. Ad break's almost over for the other Twitch people. Yeah, but my sense of humor is, I mean, I laugh at, when I said the three like big comedians that make me laugh, there's plenty of people that are awful and their jokes are stupid and they do something really dumb or lame, and I just bust up laughing, and sometimes in the middle of the night, and I was just like, what is it? What's so funny? You gotta just show me. I'm like, it's not funny. And she's like, well, I want to see anyways because I want to know why it broke your brain. And then I show her and she's like, yeah, that was not funny. I'm like, I don't know why I'm cracking up so hard. You'll never catch me, stick legs. Oh, you little punk. You get back here. Oh, you get... wait, hello? I want this. I can! Hell yeah. Wait, where do they go? Wait, there's more... Oh, you're down there. But there... What about over here? Oh, you're going down that way. All right, hang on, because there's more stuff up here. I want to check the toilet. More toilet ramen! Hell yeah. Rain cloud. Wait, what that... Can we talk about that? What's a rain cloud? Is that a toy? It is. Angsty water droplets inflict sad on all friends. That's a weird toy. Come here, Rosa. 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 Wait, wait a second. Did she just jump across there? How did that? Oh, she must have ran up here, down here. She's so squirrely and fast. Wait, there's got to be more stuff down here. Gotta take things slow and find all the goodies. Baking pan. Hero learned snack time. Can we talk about snack time? Oh. Ew. Let's maybe replace this. Heals all friends for 40% of their heart can be used outside of... Oh yeah, we're sticking that on there. You're definitely going to be my little healer for now. Let me figure out what's going on with builds and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So that's a dead end, but there's a thing here. TV remote. What the? I'm learning all these new... What is this thing? What's the TV remote do? Is that even in here? It's not. Is it? Oh, wait, hang on. I almost forgot. Equip. Hero. You just got a new weapon, didn't you? Baking pan. Heart goes up by a lot. Attack goes up by 2. Well, that's good. Let's do that. And then, what was the thing I just grabbed? A remote? Is it in here? It is. Changes channels on the TV. Defense and heart. So, oh, but it drops your hit really bad. So maybe this one we give to Aubrey because she doesn't have a charm yet. And the gold watch is useless. Hell yeah. That's 2 in attack you didn't have before. I know. Like, I know little points feel pathetic, but they're actually meaningful if you... What the...
Oh, well, I know how to fix that. Every little bit counts. It does seem like even like one level and even a couple points in something in this game, or at least in the early levels, does seem to really matter. Cha. Okay, it looks like we can go down, but before we do, let's come up here and do a save. We're gonna grab whatever this is, and this is also where we're gonna cut out. What's a computer part? Is that a toy? Computer. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. No, it's recyclable. That's right. Okay. I don't know that we took any damage, but we'll just do chicken anyway. And we will save and quit. We'll talk to her when we come back. Just remind me, we didn't talk to Maddie. We didn't have a picnic. We should do all the things before we move on. But right now, we're just going to save and cut and run because I do have a day job to go to tomorrow. Or not go to, but clock in and yeah. Cool. Groovy. Well, hey, thanks for being here. Super appreciate your faces. This was a great stream. This is exactly the kind of stream I like to do. What's crazy to me, too, like, I preserve Wednesdays for deep chats. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, we play games that have kind of like deep lore, require some focus and fighting and puzzle solving and all that. But I feel like we have some of our really best conversations too on Saturdays and Sundays. The days where, like, in 2024, when I sort of decided we need a day for chats, because I think this is the type of streamer I'm becoming, is a deep conversations streamer. But I also just like to have the games in the, I think the games are like a good pull, a good lure, a good siren's call to have people come in and then they see whether or not they like the sort of like way that we do content and see if it's for them, right? So I like the idea of having games going, but I super thought I was gonna have game heavy days and talk heavy days as just impossible. It's like every day's a talk day. It's just becoming that way for every game I choose is also going to be a talk day, and that's just the way of it going forward. And who knows, maybe there'll be less of like gaming in my future. I really want to get through like all these Myst inspired games after the Myst series and all of these Mother inspired games after the Mother series. And then pretty soon it's going to be spooky season. I have more scary games to play that we didn't get to last year. So I've got, I don't know if I'll ever quit gaming because there's just so many games to also, you know, try to make our way through. But the deeper, more critical component is, you know, the brainy stuff, the stuff that we're really here for. Yeah. There's a decent chance you're going to have a higher play time than, well, just from standing still, for sure. Just from standing still. Feel like Sundays are the real deep chat day. You think so? You don't think? I feel like Wednesday, I do a lot of the driving, and I think maybe a lot of other people are just like tired or it's hump day or whatever, and they're not as engaged as they are on the weekend. Maybe that's part of it. It's just what day of the week it is. Doing a bit of math, taking into consideration the average playtime you're scheduled to beat the game in 138 hours at this rate. Or more like 130, but close enough. Okay, I mean, interesting. We'll see. I guess we'll see how it ends up after everything's said and done. Yeah. I love your faces. I will see you all on Wednesday. For those of you that are new to the stream or just catching the end of this one, I do stream on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. I usually stream for 4 to 5 hours, thereabouts. And I have been starting stream late. And a lot of that's just because the logistics of the kids being on summer break is making it hard to keep to regular schedules. And it's just the way of it. Yeah. I am saying goodbye to you now. If you're on YouTube, I do know how to raid, but I don't know who to raid to. So we're not going to raid. Not tonight anyways. So we're ending the YouTube stream, the Trovo stream, and the Kick stream now. for those of you whose streams are ending, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Get those good consequences. By any means. No, don't do it by any means. I didn't say that. You didn't hear it from me. Don't quote me on that. All right. Love your faces. I'm canceling you guys now. Not canceling, just ending those streams now. Bye. Oh yeah, Twitch Hangout, because we're going to do the thing where we make fun of all the other streams after they leave, and then we're going to send you off to a raid. Okay.